Now the darkness turns to light. No wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
The difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. My favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now! Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistols naked, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do.
Get over here.
Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glask. We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glask, if you value your life.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
People have no idea that spirits and magic exist. I didn't, but it's everywhere, if you know where to look.
This world has forgotten true power.
We're in this together! Hey, come back.
Time to
End phase.
As Zaun's living battery, Zeri uses her electric powers to charge herself and her weapons for any situation. Full of spark and energy, Zeri electrifies those around her when no one else will. Her foot is always on the pedal, speeding and zapping around the battlefield with ease. This current has a short fuse, but even against impossible odds, she refuses to give up.
Lightning in a gun coming through.
So get ready to swim with the sparks. Welcome to the Zeri Champion Spotlight. Zeri's passive is Living Battery. When damaging enemy shields, Zeri shields herself for a portion of the damage dealt. Any shield Zeri gains grants her a brief movement speed boost.
No slowing down.
Zeri volts things up with her Q, Burst Fire. Rather than a traditional basic attack, Zeri fires a barrage of 7 rounds that damages the first enemy hit. It has an incredibly low cooldown that scales with attack speed and no mana cost. Burst Fire will also crit and apply on head effects. For all intents and purposes, her Q is a basic attack skill shot. Burstfire's passive turns her actual basic attack into an ability, meaning it applies spell effects like Riley's Crystal Scepter, but not attack effects like crits or Sheen. This ability can be charged by moving and casting Burstfire, dealing massively increased damage and slowing at full charge. It also deals extra damage to low health enemies, making last hitting minions a little easier. But be careful because attacks drain charge, delaying her access to that big chunk of bonus damage.
Got the fuel up.
Zeri's W is Ultra Shock Laser, an electric pulse that damages and slows the first enemy hit. When the pulse is targeted through terrain, it widens and extends into an ultra shocking laser that hits multiple enemies. Zeri's E is Spark Surge. After dashing a short distance, her next 3 salvos of burst fire will pierce, damaging enemies beyond the first. Attacks and abilities on enemy champions reduce Spark Surge's cooldown. Zeri can surge across any terrain she touches, no matter how wide. While skating over terrain, cast Ultra Shock Laser for more voltage.
Got him.
Zeri's ultimate is Lightning Crash, which unleashes an electric nova that damages nearby enemies. Hitting an enemy champion grants overcharge, which gives increased attack speed, bonus on hit damage, and a chain lightning effect on burst fire. Overcharge also stacks, providing increased movement speed per stack of overcharge. Attacks and abilities on enemy champions add stacks and extend Overcharge's duration to ramp up the movement speed buff further, which lets her kill enemies in a flash. Or without it.
Gotta hurry. People need my spark.
While you might be ecstatic to attack, be cautious with excessive auto-attacking and draining your charge. Instead, use abilities and kite enemy champions for fully charged slow, then rail them down without a sweat.
Come on, Zeri. Fight to win. Remember that.
If you spot your team in trouble, Spark Surge is a great tool to swiftly join the fight. Target some terrain to skate over, and right before you land, cast Ultra Shock Laser for an electrifying entrance. Being a literal battery has its positives, especially in rapid-fire moments. Lightning Crash early in fights, and keep Overcharge stacks up with abilities and charged attacks. With all that extra move speed, skating circles around the enemy team is a breeze.
Look at them scramble. We crushed it.
Even if a situation looks dire, Zeri can turn the tides with a multi-target Lightning Crash.
Fight's getting messy. At least I'm consistent.
With overcharged speed, use Static Surge to quickly reposition yourself and provide burst fire support from a safer position. Like a familiar shiv, chain damage among enemies and speed your way to victory. Lightning always strikes twice, or 3 to 7 times. Uncover more about the Spark of Zon in the links below.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye.
All right, welcome, one and all, once again, esports fans, back to the PCS Spring Split 2022. Man, that new title sequence always gets me excited. I hope it does you as well. I am Pyrotechnics. Joining me on this broadcast is, of course, none other than Nightstar. How the heck are you, man? It's been a long time since the summer split.
I'm so excited to be back. I'm glad to be back. And wow, what a makeover we've had since summer as well. And of course, we got to see a lot of those new faces, new teams yesterday, but we get to start off with probably the biggest highlight new team.
You are absolutely correct. I cannot wait to get into our matches today, but before we do that, I would like to take a brief moment to thank our wonderful sponsors for making the PCS Spring Split possible. They are, of course, CTBC Bank and Caliber. And yeah, you said it when you said makeover, Nightstar. It is not only a look and feel makeover that we have got here on the broadcast, but also the entire league, it seems. Everybody's changed up a lot of players, several new teams brought to bear in this one, and we are going to see at least one of those very highly anticipated squads making their debut today, as they were not able to play out a match yesterday. That has, of course, been delayed. So if you're wondering why there's only 4 matches, we will have more to compensate going at yesterday's results before we get into today, only a couple of surprises, but I think the biggest one for me was up at the top there with Deep Cross Gaming, the ex-J-Teamers beating J-Team.
Yeah, J-Team did kind of split into 3 factions here. DCG, J-Team, and what will be our headliner first game here in CTBC, Flying Oysters. Honestly, DCG looked very impressive coming out with the Smite Enchanter strategy, and J-Team, maybe looking to regroup with some new strategies of their own, perhaps.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, J-Team definitely, we expected more coming out the gate swinging, but for Deep Cross certainly finding an opportunity and taking it. The other matchup that I think was maybe not a shocker or a massive surprise, but certainly an exciting one was Beyond Gaming versus PSG Talent, and Beyond pulling out the win there with just a really masterful command of their own team composition. Excellent drafting across the board, and also Kino, shout out to him for some excellent set play. Taking a look at our standings, of course, it doesn't mean a lot when there's only been one game for everyone, and not even for everyone with CTBC and Sem9 not yet playing, but for the most part, I think we are expecting a stack of probably about 4, maybe 5 teams to really sit apart from the rest of the squads, but there is plenty of time for all of these teams and all this fresh-faced talent to prove us wrong in that regard.
Of course, there's plenty of time to continue to build synergy, continue to refine their own play, and more importantly, we have more undefeated teams in our league than LCK does, so.
That's true. That is, don't look too deep into that statement. Figure out why. No, it's absolutely true, and we take those, right, Nightstar?
Absolutely. And then once MSI comes, we'll also show them, no doubt.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that is a long way coming for sure, but we will have to see as we have several more weeks to play of all of these games, and so much new talent. It was hard coming into the split to know exactly what we had to look at, but we saw some really solid team play from a number of teams, even from teams I don't think we expected it from, and I'm excited to see if that can maintain into today. But let's take a look at our matches. As you mentioned, one of the very highly anticipated teams, CTBC Flying Oyster, are going to be taking on Frank Esports, your namesake, of course. After that, we have J-Team versus Impunity, as J-Team will try to regroup from a loss yesterday. PSG also trying to regroup up against the likes of Hurricane Gaming. And then Meta Falcon team are collegiate players taking on Beyond Gaming in a big test for that squad.
Yeah, and the matchups to really look out for today would be those bookends, right? We've got CFO taking on Frank Esports to start off today, so you get that brand new roster of CFO coming out. And then at the end of the day, we have Meta Falcon team, our big collegiate squad, really put to the test against Beyond Gaming. We'll see how far a collegiate roster that has a lot of synergy already built into it, how far they can take it when it comes to taking on the big dogs.
It's going to be difficult. Yeah, you mentioned dogs. Even without Doggo, Beyond have looked excellent. Wako slotted in quite well, and Minji just had a banner of a day on that Akali. But, diving into our first matchup, we'll get into the rosters in just a second. And I think it's interesting. People will probably be looking at that squad, Flying Oyster, and wondering what is to come of them. We'll get into them in a sec, because yesterday we had some really outstanding players. Obviously, Nesty coming out with the Bard Smite mid to really throw J-Team off their game. Had an excellent show on that champion. At the same time, we also saw Liang on, of course, the whole Breaker Tryndamere. We know what it is. We know what it does, and he executed it perfectly. Full marks for him.
Yeah, I would say the more interesting one was the Hullbreaker Tryndamere. It's not exactly an item we'll see built onto it, Tryndamere, very often, but if you are really throwing yourself into solely that split push set of mindset, I think this is very powerful. And the interesting part of both of these items and playstyles is that it really focuses on playing around this top lane in very different ways, right? In the first game where we had Bard, you didn't play anyone in that top lane. And then with Liang's game, we're playing exclusively through top lane.
Yeah, well, it was a slow game in a lot of the lanes, right? And of course, Beyond had two losing lanes in the mid and bottom, but they were able to keep the game pace slow. And poor Hanabi kind of just had to watch as his gangplank was going to get pushed in and in. I liked what Beyond brought yesterday. It showed that they still have the team cohesion that we were expecting from them, that their new players have slotted in really well. And yeah, they really trusted Liang to make that play. However, we do have a substitution when we get into that game today because Li Kai will be getting some time on the Rift. And I'm interested to see how he will do. It seems like a number of our pick up a lot of those strong top laners. But let's take a look at our first roster for our first team tonight. CTBC Flying Oyster. You know what? CTBC Bank is not just Taiwan's #1 and premier financial.
They're also...
And they look really good on paper really quickly. So I'll let y'all know who is on that team because honestly, there's so much hype there. Up the top half, this is a terrifying 3-stack, and Atlan and Koala, while not quite as strong, should be able to hold their own against a chunk of the league.
Right, and I think for a organization like CTBC, if you're entering a brand new league and you really want to make a splash, this is the way to do it. When you bring out these big names, even Atlan Koala, why we might not rank them at the top when it comes to duo combinations, you're still bringing them from a very strong Machi organization. Rest in peace, Machi. But they're also going to have that built-in synergy with Gemini, and a lot of the game right now is played through mid, jungle, and support. So having that built-in jungle support synergy is going to help out a lot in these mid-game rotations.
Absolutely, and of course for Frank Esports, much more of an upstart team, really had to throw their roster together at the last minute. They are Kurt, Holo, Pretender, who you might recognize as Kana from the PSG Talent bench, Eminem and K2 rounding things out. I feel like this is a team that is going to have a lot more strength on the bot side comparatively, just because Eminem and K2 certainly showed up yesterday, whereas we haven't yet seen enough of Kurt, or even really Pretender, to know where this team's going to be. If there is going to be a hinge, it'll be Holo there right in the center of your screen. He's a very experienced jungler, and I would definitely say the stronger part of the two that made up the Boom Esports rotating roster last split. We really like to see him on these hard engage tanks and bruisers, and Gemini, a more measured jungler, might find he wants to dial the aggression up a bit to match.
Right, and for Frank Esports, it really does come down to the bot lane at this moment because they are the most veteran players along with Hollow. So I think it really comes down to just getting your solo laners eased into this league, make sure they're comfortable on the stage, and then slowly but surely they should be able to grow from there. They are quite talented in those roles after all, but it's about figuring your way through the early portion of the season, as I think a couple of these teams are looking to do, namely PSG, the big headliner in that regard. But into pick and ban, it should be expected, but red side banning away the Zeri, it should be pretty much perma-banned on red side if you are looking for a perma-ban that side.
We got to see it once yesterday. I fear we may not get to again, but it will be banned away alongside the Twisted Fate against Mission. Meanwhile, CFO, Flying Oyster, going to go ahead and get rid of the Akali, as well as the Xin Zhao, and of course the Renekton. We did see a little bit of mid lane last time around. Pretender, of course, he had his first debut on Victor. Not a champion you consider banning quite as often. I'm curious to see how this mid lane will go, too, because Pretender has a lot to prove. Mission has been around forever. But he's also a lot more of a sit back and wait kind of player, and screw that point, because with the Caitlyn ban, we leave the Gwen up. This has not made it through picks and bans a whole lot as of yesterday, and Rest gets his hands on it. That could be a tough lane for Kurt.
Oh man, I know when I was highlighting and doing my research on this roster, of course, for CFO, it doesn't matter how that bot lane does in my eyes, as long as Rest gets his hands on the Gwen, probably the best Gwen performer in our league, perhaps even the best top laner in our league, especially with a lot of the talent condensing in some of these rosters topside. And getting that first pick, while it does show your cards a little bit, definitely Rest's best champion and deals with a lot of these AD carry picks very, very well.
Yeah, could be a bit rough on the Frank Esports side. They will round out with a strong duo for Eminem and K2. That is going to be the Aphelios and the Thresh. However, they've still left a lot of power on the table, and this has kind of been the de facto matchup we're seeing. It's the Aphelios versus the Jinx. Yeah. You get a little bit more stability on one hand, and then you get a absolute glass cannon pop-off champion on the other. CFO are already looking to pack quite a punch here in this pick ban phase.
Yeah, as far as the champions go, I love the champions on the side of CFO. For the side of Frank Esports, the Aphelios Thresh, very, very good in lane against the Jinx, and that's what you pick the Aphelios for, to win lane, because later on, Jinx will outscale the Aphelios, which, I mean, yes, the Aphelios still does a lot of damage, but the range differential between the two champions does become more and more apparent later the game goes, and we are going to get Mission locking in his Syndra. This is really designed to just deal with the Aphelios right now from the side of CFO, because you have the Syndra stun to keep Aphelios at range, and if he ever tries to walk up and doesn't get hit by the stun, he's eating rockets from Gemini, or not Gemini, from Atlan, and Rest is just going to immediately jump in on him as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of burst, a lot of damage on the Flying Oyster side, and I really like this pick from Mission too. Looking at the teams tonight, I was a little worried. I know we talked about this. I was a little worried that Mission might default to, a more defensive champion, his Orianna, or maybe there might be the Lissandra or the Azir coming out. But Syndra is definitely a champion that can blow people up, and Mission knows that he's going to need to do that at least a couple of times. So he's gone for it, and I respect it. I appreciate it. He does put a target on his back, but if there's anyone who knows how to play a safe lane, it's Mission.
And now kind of comes down to, well, we do see the Gragas here locked in by Frank Esports, and that leads me to think that CFO will probably put this Gwen into that top lane. We have seen Gwen flexed, but when you do have more of a tank matchup up top side, I think Gwen is just such a perfect champion in that matchup, who just basically gets to free scale without much punishment. Could still be a bit of a pivot, but I don't expect a whole lot from Frank Esports, at least from a draft perspective, to bring out something unexpected.
Yeah, interesting choices in some of the bans too. You can see that Ahri ban looking like a targeted pretender as he does end up blocking in the Victor. Same champion we saw him on yesterday. Meanwhile, the focus for Frank in that second ban phase was all on Koala, trying to put Atlan really in a tougher position, not being able to be quite as protected and quite as covered. But there's still Leona to bear. That's a pretty good default. It comes out so often in this league. It doesn't really seem like it matters which year, which season. The meta's not going to shift too far away from a Leona. And of course, the Lee Sin not being touched does mean that's an opportunity for Gemini. So all said and done, they kind of round out a little bit of mid-game power spiking here, but they've left Viego open for Hollow, and that is a little scary.
Viego, always a threat to pop off in these fights, but it really just comes down to how much damage he has in his backline to help support him. He's not the same champion as he was at the very beginning upon release, where he had the damage to really generate his own resets. Now he's very reliant on the rest of the squad, and they do have a relatively strong high DPS backline. In the Victor, in the Aphelios, we see this combination quite often, but the big thing here is if Gwen does get into that backline, it is going to be devastating. If Lee Sin gets into this backline, it will be devastating. There is not a whole lot of mobility on this backline, and it kind of goes both ways, but I just like the CFO draft just a little bit more because of how well Rest plays on the Gwen, and also Gemini on Lee Sin, one of his better champions as well.
Yeah, I think the comfort and the level we've seen from those two players is certainly something to be wary of. And, obviously you can't ban out all the power picks if you're Frank Esports. Looking at it across the board, I know you said you favored CFO just a little bit, but it is interesting that the win conditions are kind of the same, right? Like it's going to be either on Rest Gwen getting into the backline or on Holo's Viego getting into the backline, and any follow-up that comes through, because there is high DPS. This is going to be an explosive match to kick things off.
It should be explosive here, but we know CFO, their players are pretty pretty tempered when it comes to their aggression. So
they're chill. This is the chill squad.
Yeah, so I expect Frankie Esports to really try and amp up their aggression and try and take it to them, at least in the 2v2 when it comes to the support jungle combination. I need to see plays come out from Hollow and K2, bring out their aggression, try and snowball around bot lane, and if that works, then they can really try and go to town and trying to control the bottom half of this map.
Absolutely. I think they will be the difference makers in this match. If Frankie Sports are going to give it to Flying Oyster, they need to be a little bit more aggressive from the jungle and support position. What I do like about K2, as far as aggression is concerned, he is an AD carry. So he knows all about getting up in your face and getting aggro and trying to get the kill. We saw a little bit of that from him yesterday. Of course, this is a player that has role swapped a couple of times and is now once again in the support position. But I do like the duo of him and Eminem. What they've been bringing out so far has looked good. One game in, hard to draw a lot of concrete conclusions, but for a team that, you know, let's face it, they were cobbled together pretty quickly. They have done quite well, and if they can pull out a win here, that is a magnificent start. For CTBC, they obviously have a little bit more pressure on them, but they have an incredibly strong core of players, and my only concern is that that bot lane gets rolled over early, because Jinx is a champion that if you shut her down, it's a feels bad man.
That is true. Jinx can take a while to get going, but thankfully the pieces around her are also very, very good. The Syndra can get a target low really quickly with that R combination, and Lee Sin in the mid game does contain a lot of burst as well. So even if Jinx doesn't come online very early on, mid game there's still that big pop-off potential because of how much deletion power is built into the Lee Sin Syndra. And then of course you have Gwen just doing immune things.
Yes, Gwen is immune. I remember listening to you. We were watching LPL in preparation for the split the other day, and I just keep hearing, Gwen is immune. It's okay. Gwen is immune. Over and over. It's a meme at this point, but you know, it works. I do like this bit of cheese early on. Mission tried to roll top and see if they could get a quick kill. Nothing doing, but I respect it.
Yeah, and it's really just about getting some of this brush control right now here for CFO as they went ahead and swept out that bottom ward. Of course, in a semi-range matchup with the Thresh bush control is really nice here, being able to have that extra range to deal with a Leona at least level 1 when she's not going to take the Zenith Blade. She usually opts for that Q opener. Should be a really nice start here, as it will be a red side or red buff starts for both of these junglers.
Taking a look at our keystones as well and the runes on the board too. No huge surprises there. This might be the game with the least amount of lethal tempos I've seen so far on 12.3. But, you know, it is the champion choices. Of course, Atlan's still going to be rocking that one. I do love the new build for Jinx, and I just love that this is a season where these types of exciting AD carries can have so much impact. The teleport change was such a massive game changer.
Yeah, the teleport changes really bringing out the era of hyper carry in that bottom lane. And I will say that big thing here is that both of these teams starting on the red buff really, again, exemplifies how these teams want to play, right? For the side of CFO, they want to play towards rest. They want to play towards mission. They want this top side to succeed. And of course, it's the opposite coming in from Frankie Sports. They want to get their veteran players going early to really dictate how this map will play out. Let these solo laners kind of operate on their own and try and just be as stable as possible.
Absolutely. I think trying to keep the stability going as long as possible certainly helps out. Early in this game, I do want to see what Gemini does, because you mentioned an interesting tendency of his in the pick ban phase, that he's a little bit more of a tempered player. He looks for the opportunities, but he's not going to get in your face with the aggression. That's something that I don't think we'll have to worry about too much on the opposite side for Holo, and I'm wondering if Gemini is going to try and match that, because he is on a champion that can have a lot of early game impact.
Indeed, and if he's able to get together with Koala, of course, that has a lot of burst potential themselves because of that Leona passive, being able to add extra damage. And nice little sidestep for Pretender, actually allows him to save his summoner. And now Hollow
Hollow.
is nearby.
Mission is playing a dangerous game right now. He's low on mana.
lead, though.
Trying for the play. That's going to be a little bit of damage.
Trying to
and the
bait.
channel forward burns the flash.
Oh, and
That's a flash for flash, actually.
Yeah, it is a flash for flash, and it
Oh, here it comes! Oh no, Gemini didn't quite have the execution, but no harm, no foul. What a close call. Even Koala was there for backup, but oh boy, mid lane got a lot spicier than I expected it to be early.
Yeah, no,
And they're not
Hollow,
done yet.
he spotted out.
Oh dear,
He's gone.
1-2, how do you do? That's going to be first blood. Gemini with the finisher, just a little bit too greedy to stay around on that low a health bar, Hollow.
Yeah, and that will be first blood coming down onto Hollow. Really nice pickoff coming in from CFO to start this game out. Good rotations coming in from both of these supports, but the Leona just there faster, so Thresh not being able to arrive on time ends up getting kind of split off here by how the side of CFO were grouped up, kind of due to the map terrain as well, and it just results in being able to secure that first blood onto the Viego.
Yeah, that's a nice start. If you are going to be the side of CTBC, and in their first game here, didn't get to see them yesterday, so now they come out here. Definitely a team that is hyped. I mean, make no mistake, they're pretty favored at the moment. You can see why. Look at this, the 2v2 turning in favor of CFO. Atlan wants to get excited right now, and he might just do it. However, Gemini can't quite finish up the hook from K2. Are you kidding me? What an absolute legend right now. And Gemini, no, they finished the job. Oh, it's a 1-for-2. Frank Esports bot lane almost turned that around.
Just being able to get one back is still going to be nice, but at the same time, you concede a kill over to this Jinx, and now it just comes into, well, can Hollow just go ahead and clear out the entirety of this top side? Maybe he's able to try and get some control, but there's not a whole lot to do up in this top side. The wave is coming over to Kurt, so perhaps it provides an opportunity to go for a top lane gank, but more than likely it's just going to be trying to secure that wave for Kurt, making sure he's okay in that regard.
Oh, and now Pretender.
Oh, he just turned 6!
Again, he got blown up at the last second. That turned to 6. Hollow is going to be able to get revenge there, but Pretender's having some trouble in this lane.
Oh my god, that was just perfectly timed coming in from Mission, knowing that he was 1 minion away from level 6, takes the trade early on, knowing that the minion's going to die and give him level 6, and Pretender just didn't expect that. Ends up getting blasted and gets soloed out by Mission. Well done there. Hollow being able to pick up the scraps at least, gets a little bit gold to help recover himself, as he was kind of put quite behind early on because of that death towards the Scuttlecrab.
Yeah, we talked about this this game getting pretty action heavy early, and we are not disappointed here, Frank. Right now, Mission and Gemini are going to be doubling up on Scuttlecrab. Atlan is playing with a lot of confidence, but I wonder if he should be a little safer here. That's going to be the pull-in, and Holo is going to set his AD carry up for a kill. And Koala, I don't think you've got anywhere to go, buddy. This is going to be a clean 2. Gemini just going to have to wave goodbye to his bot lane. Well done. Holo off to a flying start.
Beautiful setup coming in from K2 right there. And great Thresh play. And, I mean, Atlan, it looked like he wanted to bait out the fight, but unfortunately he baited only himself. As he takes the death there, knowing that Gemini was around. They probably wanted to take that 3v3, but Gemini not quite there fast enough to bail him out.
And this is what we worried about a little bit with this bot lane, right? Just pound for pound, they weren't necessarily going to be the stronger one. And it's also, you know, how coordinated they are able to get in position with their jungler. More important to set up Holo with these kills, and also Eminem, who's able to use that extra gold to upgrade his boots. While they're going to be able to get some vision out here, but yeah, it's a lot of tit for tat down in that bot lane.
Yeah, and because of just the reset timer coming in from Frank Esports, they are able to at least secure the dragon for the side of CFO. So that will be Hex Tech Dragon going into the hands, but
might pay for it. Gemini, good dash away on the safeguard. Eminem was looking for an opening, couldn't quite find it there. Also, Scuttle Vision getting the speed boost certainly helped out. Bit of a, it does seem like there's nothing on this map that you can do without like at least some threat of a reaction. But Gemini does manage to get away.
Yeah, and so far, Pyra, it's really living up to kind of what we build for the success of Frank Esports in this game, and that is playing around K2 Hollow, make plays around them, get super aggressive, and try and get picks. And that's what they've been able to do so far. 2 kills onto Aphelios, 2 kills onto Viego. They're playing around this bot side exactly as planned.
Playing around the win condition, and I think the one thing that we really haven't seen much of yet is rest Gwen up in the top, and that's understandable given the fact that, you know, again, teleport changes, you can't be as impactful early as you used to, and you're up against Gragas. Kurt's job is to just hold rest as long as he possibly can right now, and that will change over time. In fact, he is going to come down and at least give an assist to Gemini on the Rift Herald, but yeah, I mean, Frank Esports doing a good job. You know, we thought that if they were going to challenge Flying Oyster, this was the way to do it. Double up with Hollow and K2 and make the plays, snowball the Viego best you can, and see if you can take the win that way. So far, they're off to a good start.
And this is where things should start picking up for the side of CFO. You get that Rift Herald, and you don't have to give anything up for it. I think that's the big part. Usually, a lot of these teams will rotate their bot lane or one of their bot lanes up, and that team gets the Rift Herald, but then they sacrifice, you know, pretty much 2 to 3 plates in that bot lane to make essentially that trade pretty much worthless in that regard. But they don't have to sacrifice anything, and they have the possibility to really snowball rest here on the Gwen, getting him plates, and given the fact he also has the Ignite, he just has so much 1v1 pressure that should just be the clear lane to get going.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, it's a lot harder for the rest of the team to react here. You can crack up the top and then, you know, gain a little bit more Rift Herald control for the next time it spawns yourself, and then try to work your way around the map. It's also playing to the strength of your team as well, right? Like, Atlan and Koala are the weakest sides of this roster, and you're still going to be able to scale as long as you haven't been completely shut down. And, well, would you look at that? Atlan actually has a slim CS lead.
Does indeed, and now actions coming back into this mid lane, but because of that control ward, that will stem that one, although now it looks like Mission and Gemini are looking for the rotation up into this top side.
He knows.
This is exactly the play that they're going to call for. They're going to throw down the Rift Herald. They're going to try and make a dive happen on Kurt. He has to clear out this wave as fast as possible.
He doesn't have his ult. He doesn't have any mana right now. This is a little bit of a tough situation, but it looks like Flying Oyster realized maybe we're spending a little too much time up here. They back away before Pretender can match.
Yeah, and it's understandable in that regard because Gragas is such a difficult target to dive post level 6, but at the same time, he didn't have his ultimate, so there definitely was the possibility to just kind of break this map open. And this is, again, one of the drawbacks of kind of these players, right? They players from J-Team, and I would say the more tempered individuals coming in from Machi. There's not a whole lot of there's no one to really go full-on aggression, right? to really be the one who starts the fire in them, and they're gonna just kind of play to their namesake. CFOs, they're just looking to make money as carefully as possible.
I mean, I guess, you know, banking it up on the Oyster side for sure. I do think Gemini needs to be the one that can be hitting the go button, right? He's not only the jungler, an impactful role with the initiation potential, but also he's the player who, even though he's measured, he probably has a little bit more aggression in him than some of the other squads. Although they may just be waiting for some item spikes, as you can see that Riftmaker picked up. Koala forced to flash away. This bot lane is forced to burn summoners at a somewhat alarming rate right now, Nightstar.
Yeah, and when we also kind of talked about just between the two of us, what is the way for Frank Esports to get in, at least as far as lanes go? It was K2 M&M, right? They're very aggressive from their previous splits, and it's really showing here. In Atlan Koala, probably the weakest laners coming in from the side of CFO, and Frank Esports, they're taking full advantage of that fact.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And I think like Eminem in particular also should be like well aware of what it's like to like work with a heavy initiating jungler, because he did spend all of last split with Kongye. So we'll have to see if it's going to work out for them. Frank Esports, they did showcase some strength yesterday in their match. They will be able to pick up a dragon here just due to the timers, and honestly, they just have so much control over the bottom side of the rift at the moment. But Opposite story up top. Here's going to be the delayed Rift Herald push. You can see Kurt trying to clear the wave. Instead, it looks like they're just going to go for a push on, but a really good explosive cast actually slows things down, and Shelly gets distracted by a wave? Oh dear.
Eyes on the prize, and that was money for Shelly. They didn't want the other ones, which they'll still get the tower.
Is a Rift Herald also a form of oyster? It is a crustacean, I think.
It is definitely...
It's not a shellfish.
Yeah.
She does have a shell.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think, Chad? What type of sea creature is Shelly?
I don't think it's going to fit in the oyster fam. It's not...
I can dream. She's more of a mussel, not an oyster.
Yeah. Agreed. But this is a really... Of course, this is kind of the expected move coming in from Flying Oyster. I would have liked for them to try and have done it a little bit earlier, but they still are able to get the plates and the first brick gold, which is really all you wanted to do. At least put that money onto your Gwen.
Yeah, it's not the flashiest or most exciting way to do it, but you can make it happen. Speaking of flashy and exciting, good old 2v2 down here as the teleport will come in for the rescue, and in fact, with a rocket from downtown helping finish off the health bars here, it was actually Frank Esports that got turned on, and Holo is going to get deleted by Gemini. 2 for 0 down there, and they picked that fight.
Yep, past 14 minutes, teleport gets unleashed, and that's exactly what happens. Rest just unleashes himself onto the map, teleports down into that bottom side, makes that a very uneven numbered fight, as Mission also makes his way over, and Frank Esports just out of position, unable to really find their mark there. As now this is where things will really turn interesting, because Rest of course has just oodles of gold on himself, almost 6k, so he's got a 1500 gold lead over his opposing member, and I'm no doubt this next team fight happens around Dragon, I'm going to be saying Gwen is immune.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be the case. I mean, Riftmaker first item completed, got the boot upgrade as well, and has a lot of money in the pocket to go shop. Let's take a look at how that fight began again, because K2 had an opportunistic hook, but it was on Koala, and pairing with Gemini, it feels like the damage just wasn't quite there.
Yeah, it actually wasn't a bad start to the play, right? You're trying to look for a hook starter, and because Eminem was shoved up all the way to tower, it meant that Atlan wasn't able to contribute, and if Atlan wanted to, he was going to die, because Eminem nearly 1v1'd him. And...
Yep.
Hey, Gwen.
It has begun. It has begun. Eminem found out the hard way that those scissors have quite the edge to them. Unfortunately, as we get 16.5 minutes into this game, and CTBC starting to pull ahead a little bit with a 4,000 gold lead. Mission and Gemini will double up. Another Rift Herald crushed. Meanwhile, all of that happening. Although and Pretender will get here to try and defend, but this is still going to be a big charge. And I think they might have enough to crack this tower. And in fact, wow, with the good scout of the week, they actually managed to push them off entirely. Shelly get another charge off of this. That'd be huge. I don't think she will. Gravity field popped. Gemini actually getting hooked here. Flayed back in. Oh, and he doesn't go down. Are you kidding me? Atlan even running wild into the back line. He gets 1. They look for 2. An unleashed power, and Atlan still pushing for it. What a ridiculous swing here for CFO.
Wow. What a bonkers turn of events right there. Because they nearly get the kill onto Gemini. That would have... Okay. Gemini's full HP, by the way.
Yeah, you know, that's okay. Yeah, okay. I feel like... Let's look at... I'll talk about that in a minute, because let's look at the solo kill again.
Gwen is immune.
Gwen is definitely immune. Sorry, Eminem. But, yeah, I feel like K2, his hooks are cursed. He gets the hook, and then he dies, and then his team dies.
Yeah. I think Rest is more of a Skittles guy.
You might be right.
Yeah. Definitely didn't like the M&Ms there.
Well, they gunk up the scissors, you know? Too much chocolate.
Yeah, chocolate does get to be a little bit messy. Also melts a lot easier than Skittles.
This is true. This is very true. But we'll debate the merits of candy later right now, Frank, because at the moment,
6
CTBC,
seconds.
they're not just banking it up. They are looking for even more here. The Dragon is on the Rift. They do have an Ocean this time around. Kurt, what are you doing, buddy? You're on the wrong side of the map. And he goes right into the pit, gets the belly bop off to Gemini to rejoin his team. And we've got a good old-fashioned Dragon dance right now, Nightstar.
Yeah, but Frank Esports, they're taking this fight, or looking to take this fight, when they have an 8k gold deficit. This is going to be very, very difficult to win here. So they want to get this objective bounty, and they're just going to go ahead and try and flip here.
Yeah, it's a little risky right now. Holo taking a lot of damage as they move in. The Smite fight is on. It gets secured by Gemini, and the fight is going. And once again, Rest was running wild, but meanwhile into the backline, what a massive combination between Mission and Atlan. Gemini acting cleanup duty right now as the double kill comes in from Mission, and they will be able to complete the delayed wipe, buying a little bit of time, or letting Eminem buy a little bit of time, as he does dish the damage out with those chakrams. I don't even think they need it. They're just going to teleport Reston and feed him the kill right now. Excuse me, Mission.
Mission accomplished. There we go.
Yeah. Wow.
But, I mean, this mid-jungle has really started taking over these fights, right? You saw at that Dragon, I believe it was Koala going in, but then a huge follow-up coming in from the rest of the squad. Atlan getting a ginormous rocket, hitting, I believe, 4 men. I'm not sure if he hit everyone with it, but right here, rocket comes in, and boom.
3. Yeah, at the very least 3. I can't believe that moment that Kurt sets up the explosive cask. It actually looks like, all of a sudden Atlan could be in a lot of trouble. But he just does so much work to sidestep into the pit, dodge the Chaos Storm. By the way, Kurt's dead again. Yeah, we started this split looking at Atlan thinking he was going to be one of the weaker AD carries. He is looking really good in his positioning. Not that he has to try that hard, given how bonkers the rest of his team is playing.
And I think that's going to be the recipe for success for the side of CFO. Just make sure Atlan's able to get his breakpoints when it comes to itemization, right? You don't need him to be a superstar laner. You just need him to be there when it matters, that scaling part. And just let the rest of the team do their thing and just, ride their backs, and that's exactly what's happening here.
And sometimes it's just a feels good, man, when you get to just launch off rockets and play safe as Jinx. Cosmic Drive completed now for Rest as well, so another big item buy for him. And yeah, he's big. He's not even he's certainly not the flashiest part of this team right now. Like, I gotta hand it to Gemini and Mission. They are just Goomba stomping.
Yeah, and Mission, look at his items. He's got so much penetration built up. He has the Shadow Flame, he has the Sork Boots, and of course the Ludens. And there's just no way to survive any burst at the moment. More than likely, he's looking for that Void Staff next, so even if they throw in a little bit of magic resistance, it's not enough.
Good scout of the week there. They're actually fighting on 2 fronts as they keep the Baron procced, and you can see Frank are not super keen to contest this right now.
They're trying.
Yeah, huge damage on Mission. You can see it's a big gap in experience. And let's see if they can pull off the kill right now. The rocket will come and soften them up as the Baron is still being held. Gemini's not in this. It's a 4v5. And they'd already deleted Kurt and Holo off this one. Rest a little bit low. They're keeping the Baron going. And Mission, he's just playing Gatekeeper.
Yeah, there's just way too many stats to compete with at this moment. It's 14k gold. It gets inflated a little bit more right there because of that Baron. It's going to get worse, and it's pretty much going to be a full item difference coming in to close this game. So it's rough. That's all I can say.
We said this was going to be a little bit of a test for Frank Esports' new roster, and for some of the newer players. Pretender, of course, has a lot to prove for himself. But, it's hard to get an experience gap this wide just because Mission's been around so long. And it also apparently is reflecting as an experience gap in the champions, too.
Yeah, for sure. All of these players very experienced on these set of champions given to them. Mission on the Syndra, of course, a huge legacy player, as we mentioned earlier. Rest, this has been his absolutely dominant pick, as he is very immune in that instance right there.
He is immune to loss.
Yeah.
He has loss prevention on Nightstar.
Indeed he does, and now they're going to try and look to break open the base, but possibly end the game.
Yeah, is a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, once again, Gwen is immune, rest over the wall, and everybody follows. Goodbye, Kurt. Turbo Chem Tank is doing absolutely nothing to keep that Gragas alive, so they crack the base wide open. My goodness, like a peanut inside of an M&M. And it's going to be enough to finish off not one, but two of these inhibitors. I wonder if they just keep going. They got a lot of power left, and they still are holding on to Mission's ultimate, so that threat is massive with all the Magic Penny adds. I think this is going to be our fastest game of the split. The way things are looking, CTBC Flying Oyster just looking to go off to a flying start, as Rest just completely ignores the Chaos Storm of Pretender. The Baron-empowered minions are marching through. Gemini was looking for a swag kill onto K2, may not have gotten it, but they will absolutely get the game. Just under 24 minutes, the Nexus is in their sights, and with a whole heaping helping of damage, they will get a first victory in the PCS Spring.
Man, what an impressive win coming in from CFO. Yes, some of that early game was a bit rough here, and credit goes out to Hollow, M&M, and K2 for finding plays in those in the time frames and being opportunistic. But the firepower on this roster, once those solo laners came online, they really just took it to this new roster.
Yeah, that was honestly some beautiful mid and late game League of Legends right there. Early game, you know, a handful of errors we can point to, a little bit of overstepping their bounds on the bottom side, but all of that honestly to be expected. CTBC Flying Oyster wholly living up to the hype that we had put on them, that everybody had been considering. They certainly were raking it in this time around, and great play from them. Frank Esports, I think they learned a lot after this game, even if the result was disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, the result wasn't good, taking the loss there, but they showed a lot of promise, right? They were able to find early picks onto Gemini. They were able to get kills onto Atlan. But the issue was they just didn't understand where they were at the game, right? They took that third dragon. That definitely should have been a dragon. They just conceded there. And because they took that fight 8k down, that's what really spelled the end, because at that point, you just don't have the gold to keep up. And the game really fell away from there.
Yeah, I felt like the top side of the map was so difficult for them to really do much about. Like, they really just kind of set Kurt out there on an island to say, all right, just hold the Gwen off as long as you possibly can. And they came up at least once to try and help him out and stop a push, but all it did was delay the Rift Herald by like 3 minutes tops. It feels like Frank, you know, they are still finding their footing. They are still kind of getting their feet wet here in this league. And of course, you know, it is a lot of players that had not had that much time playing together themselves. Some of them are very new to this league in general. All things considered, you know, this was always going to be a bit of a David and Goliath story. Coming in, they were definitely not the favorite squad. We saw some glimmers of the hope that they'd be able to do quite a lot. Holo, of course, combined up with K2 early on to get some good plays, to set some things up, but it just wasn't enough to forestall this snowball that CTBC were able to build up. And I think still, against the bottom half of the league as it forms, Frank Esports definitely have a shot to stand out.
Yeah, I don't think that this is the end of Frank Esports by any means. This is just a very rough opponent here on day 2 of their split. So still more than plenty of games. And I think, yes, their player profiles with how strong M&M, K2, and Hollow have looked at the early onset of games, I think that's going to get them a lot of wins towards the middle and bottom pack of the team. So it's certainly a good look for them. They just need the young guns in Kurt and Pretender to get online. Sooner rather than later definitely helps, but eventually once they get to that point, I think they'll find their stride.
Absolutely. So just for a moment, let's do a little quick exercise as we're going to be loading up our MVP and our results. And imagine you are the head coach of Frank Esports, if you, unless you secretly are, Frank, if you will. What do you say to this team after the fact, after they take a rough but very expected loss to get them back on their feet for the next match?
I think you just really focus on how well that early game did go for them. And then when you go back into VOD, just be like, hey, look, this third dragon, we don't need to take that fight there because we already got an earlier dragon. This isn't going to be that sole point for our enemy team. We can go ahead, concede that one, and then you can also point out, hey, just press tab. You know, you can, if you press tab in that instance, you'll see that you're not going to calculate 8K necessarily, but you'll see that we're very far behind when it comes to items. So I think it just comes down to a little bit of perspective now that they are out of game. But in game, sometimes with a new team, you're a little bit too caught up in that moment.
Yeah, it can be a little hard to take yourself out of just the immediate and say, all right, take a step back. We don't need to contest this right now. You do look at the damage that was dealt in this one, and I think it's not a whole lot of surprise that the Jinx is rocking the most, but everybody on CTBC were firing on all cylinders. I really, really loved what we were seeing, especially out of Mission and Gemini, rest things, and of course Atlan. I mean, yeah, really big props. I kind of expected that lane to get rolled a little bit harder. And he not only held on, but was able to find a couple of 2v2s, was able to find a little bit of help from his jungler to keep pace and even go forward. And then, of course, once it got into the mid and late game, that's when the Jinx pop-off happened, and he stayed safe in those 5v5s. So even though they were up in gold and had every reason to win those fights, especially at the Dragon Pit, he was able to keep his position and keep his footing. It's not easy to do on a champion that has no escapes when it seems like every other one does. Except maybe Aphelios.
Yeah, and I mean, again, the play really breaks down to Gemini just having a really outstanding game, setting up a lot of these plays as he does take that MVP. Mission also contributing a lot here, but it was Gemini. Yes, he stumbled a little bit in a couple of these early game scenarios, but overall just played very, very well, securing the map for his squad, got a lot of objectives as well, being able to get both Rift Heralds, so really well done from him.
Yeah, Gemini had a fantastic performance. It's no surprise he picks up the MVP award for that game, and honestly, I loved every bit we saw at CTBC there, Frank. I think this is a team that certainly is a squad that's going to go far, possibly a title contender. We'll have to see. There's so many new faces, so much uncertainty in this league, and so many more games to go. I am very excited, and we are going to take a break, but don't go anywhere, because when we return, J-Team takes on Impunity.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Up 7 times. It was never even a question of is it gonna be mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. I've been watching the clock, 10,000 hours go by. I keep putting in work, the tears are filling my eyes. I swear I've never been tested like this, but this is mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something standing in my way, I always push back. If something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
This world is won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
The deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
By the reins, I'm taking it to the sky. I'm never taking a break
say I'm only taking what's mine. You say it's taking too long, I'm taking that as a sign. It's not a matter of faith, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something's standing in my way, I always push back. When something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
These waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
The deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall it won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. Just the same as me, dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor.
Teardrops on the dance floor.
And welcome back once again to day 2 of the PCS Spring Split 2022. I am still Pyrotechnics, he is still Nightstar, and we have just seen quite an explosive start to our second day here, Frank. I am excited to see what our next two teams can bring, as they're both coming off some tough, and for one of them, very unexpected losses.
Yeah, it's going to be J-Team and Impunity. Both of these teams looking to bounce back from yesterday after taking a loss on opening day, but more importantly, J-Team, this was a very disappointing showing, I would say, on day 1, because you have these big ticket names of Uniboy, Kongre brought into the roster, and you expected a lot coming out from J-Team, especially just the name power, right? But they just looked like another version of last year's Hong Kong Attitude. If you stop Kongre with this Smite style mid or top lane, it really just shuts out the only carry, and
yeah,
that was it.
Yeah, I feel like Impunity had to be taking notes, but before we get into our pre-match a little bit more, I do want to take a moment to thank our wonderful sponsors for the split. Of course, they are CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, yeah, Nightstar, I feel like Impunity, on the other hand, had honestly a lot more going for them in their game. It was a messy game, and it was against the likes of Frank Esports, and team goes. But let's talk more about J-Team, because there they are on the screen. We have Driver up top side, Kongye in the jungle, Uniboy, his duo in the mid, and of course rounding out the roster is Lil V and Enzo. So, yeah, I think there was a lot of hype for Kongye and Uniboy, especially because these two players know each other very well. They've played together for a long time. You might recognize them, of course. Fans who are maybe tuning into the PCS for the first time might be like, wait, weren't these guys on PSG? Yeah, they were subbed on there in 2020. And I think we honestly expect more from these players and this team. But yesterday was hopefully an outlier.
That's the hope for J-Team fans. But again, like, the recipe of success was clearly shown in that first game from Deep Cross Gaming. And these Enchanter curveballs, when it comes to throwing Enchanters into the mid or top lane with Smite, you can definitely run them on a lot of different teams. If you're trying to just get a cheese win here or there, these strats aren't exactly that difficult to utilize. And we saw on the side of FlyQuest in NA, they didn't play that composition out very well for either of those two games, and they still got 2-0.
Yeah, it can work even if you don't fully execute it well. And Impunity, I think they might be taking notes here. Our Singaporean organization, their roster, of course, has some interesting changes, but of course, Blaze and Kralix are the returning members. We also have Faith here in the mid lane, who has been around the scene for some time, but the player that I really want to talk about based on yesterday's performance is Taco, because he had some really great Lee Sin plays, and also a few times then he ran it down. It was a very up and down performance, I feel, for the jungler on Impunity.
Yeah, it was very giveth and taketh relationship yesterday, but hopefully we get a little more giving here coming in from Taco. And the player I'm really looking to step up this time around is Faith, because he had a really poor game number 1 yesterday. He just always caught out and always out of position. It was a really frustrating game to watch coming in from him.
Yeah, that's the real reason we didn't have the player portrait in the beginning. It was 404 Faith not found. But maybe Impunity can find their Faith at the moment. I want to see what they can do in this game number 2. There was good team play. There was sparks of brilliance in this squad, and I'm curious to see if we see more than just that. Into the picks and bans, of course, though. Xin Zhao Camille Akali taken out the ward by J-Team. We see the Zeri and the Gwen bans by Impunity. No surprises. They'll also follow up with Caitlyn. This does leave the Jinx Aphelios as usual, but teams have been more than happy to handshake that. However, the priority is up top, it seems, as Driver will get his hands on the Renekton blind picked.
It's going to be that Renekton here. So it helps when you early pick a very early game focused top laner. If the Enchanter does come out for that top side, it's not going to be as effective because Renekton can push the lane relatively well, especially if he does have Demolish, which allows them to push towers incredibly quickly early game. And they're going to follow up with that Diana. However, on the other side, we're going to see the Thresh Aphelios. That combination, of course, that's a very classic duel at this point. That will get locked in for Impunity. And Blaze, honestly, he looks fairly solid on that Aphelios, or it was Jinx, I believe, yesterday.
And yeah, he did look pretty good. I'm not super worried about Blaze in this one. Although Lil V, you know, getting into the late game with the Jinx, definitely a specialty of his. I do like that Kongye has gone onto this Diana instead of a more risky pick like the Viego, which, you know, of course, doesn't quite have the level of power that it used to. Still got to see it work well in the last game for a little while, but I think this is a bit more reliable. Like, you look at the chase down, the group up. Can you imagine? I mean, the Moonfall into the big rocket, that's... Honestly, it seems like J-Team's looking at a bit of a wombo combo if they can pull it off.
It does look like a wombo here, as the side of Impunity, they will get their hands on the Lee Sin once again. Taco showing that he's relatively proficient on it, knows how to make some plays, and that's really all we're looking forward out of this Impunity roster, right? The expectations were relatively low coming into this split because of a pretty poor showing coming in at the end of the summer yesterday. I think this Lee Sin pick going to hopefully be played around with this Thresh, and hopefully we get to see a lot of big plays coming out from jungle support.
Yeah, interesting. That last ban comes out of Impunity as a Tryndamere, so definitely not convinced that, you know, the only pusher, the only dashing champion, Big Bruiser is going to be that Renekton. So, also on the opposite side, J-Team, they like to ban away the LeBlanc and the Ryze against Faith. So I'm curious to see what he grabs dipping into his champion pool, as he played the Ryze last time against Frank Esports. And I think at least you'll be happy on that count, Frank, because I believe when we prepped this match, your two most repeated words were no and Ryze.
Yeah, no Ryze, please. And J-Team helping out Impunity in that regard. They will go ahead lock in the Graves. So I expect this to be mid Renekton in that regard. We'll see what
wait
kind
a minute. It's a hover, but ooh. Okay, Kennen makes a lot more sense.
We'll see what it ends up being here. There are definitely a couple of possibilities. The Gwen is also still up and available. That's definitely a big pick here. The Ornn is a very safe pick. Gives them a lot of 5v5 potential. And
Gragas, another safe one.
Yeah, in that same vein. So it will be Gragas going up into the top lane. I'm not too inspired overall by the composition coming in from Impunity. It really just comes down to how does Taco really take advantage of this Lee Sin, because this composition really revolves around him making plays. As Quiet put on Gragas duty into a Graves. It's not a very inspiring matchup, especially when you get counter pick at the very end. I would have liked to see a little bit more spice come out in that regard. Take a Gwen, take one of these heavy damage carries into that top lane, and if you're going to scale, at least scale that way.
Yeah, it kind of smacks of risk aversion to me, and I think Impunity might be looking at the J-Team roster and just saying, hey, you know, these guys are really strong on paper. We may have the same record right now, but, you know, much more conventional pick. I am curious to see how they fight this, because they do have a decent front to back. And on the opposite side, J-Team, you know, they are playing with a little more firepower at the moment. I think you always have to keep your eye on the likes of Kongye. It doesn't matter what roster he's But they have a lot of ways to set him up for success, and they also have their late game insurance policy in the form of Lil V on Jinx. And that, I think, is the way that with this roster, you really should be playing. Uniboy, it seems like his job is going to be helping them get through the early game, set up Kongye. He doesn't need to be fed himself. They can turn him into full tank Renekton. We saw this from Wen, I believe, yesterday. Yeah, you know, I think they've got all the tools to have a clinical win here. I'm just curious if any curveballs get thrown their way by Impunity, but based on the draft, I'm not super confident.
Yeah, I'm absolutely agree with you. Usually with the Lee Sin, you want some sort of a lane to play around, right? Because otherwise it's really depressing to play an early game jungler and you just have all these scaling lanes that don't even really have a whole lot of lane pressure as well. Not a lot of shoving power coming out. And that's exactly what he has here. Like, somehow he has to be ganking essentially 3 losing lanes. You could say bot lane is potentially a winning lane here, but it's really rough when both of your solo lanes are going to be hard losing.
Yeah, a little bit of a head scratcher in the pick ban there, but we'll see if Impunity has something prepared for this J-Team squad. Both teams looking for their first win on the split. One of them will find it here today. Let's take a look as we get on to Summoner's Rift. The rune setup, of course, with the Graves top side, little fleet footwork action.
Yep, fleet footwork coming in onto the Graves adds that extra little bit sustain early on, really to keep up with the Gragas sustain. That'll help him out considerably. And he has the refillable potion as well. So lots of sustain on this Graves pick early on. Now, both of these junglers, I am expecting to really revolve around this bot lane. Kongya, of course, as the Diana, looking to try and sneak in a full clear instead of making really big early moves. But once he gets going, he's going to have a lot more options when it comes to approaching the map. But Taco, it's bot lane. It's bot lane or bust.
Yeah, you talked about 3 losing lanes. It's like, well, you know, the bottom one is probably the one that he can turn maybe not into that. Of course, J-Team are going to have full vision of this red buff start because of that ward they put in. But of course, Impunity know that happened too. It's not like it makes a huge difference, but you know, nice to have the information pan out, I suppose. Kongye actually goes ahead and starts off on the chickens first, and that is also being done in full vision of Impunity. So given the information is kind of gleaned by both these squads and the confirmation there, it does seem like it could be a little bit of a slower start to this game than initially predicted, but I would not be surprised. Normally you don't want to gank on Diana until like 6 or an item spike, right? I would not be surprised if Kongye just comes out of nowhere and does a level 3 gank. It feels like it's in his repertoire.
I mean, it could happen, but I tend to think not in this case because he is, of course, on the Diana. I would love to see him be set himself up for success, being able to get that full clear, as we didn't get to see that in game number 1. Just absolutely shut out of the game. And Impunity, they don't have the tools to do that this time around in game number 2 of J-Team season.
Yeah, we were talking about what Impunity could do against, you know, a much tougher opponent on paper, even considering they had lost their first game to a newer squad, a weaker squad in theory. And maybe the Enchanter strategy would have been able to unlock them once again and neutralize Kongye, but they didn't opt into it. Here we go, though. Taco is going to be onto the bottom, so if there's a way for them into this game to try and snowball Blaze, arguably I'd say, you know, their best player on this team, from what we have in experience, but he's taking his time about this. They're trying to bait it, but I feel like Krelix might be giving the game away a bit. Yeah, here he comes. Full flash play! Okay. That's pretty sweet right there, but I think they're going to be able to get at least away. Taco keeps his eyes on Little B, but the focus was split, and they end up getting neither.
They do burn both flashes, which is going to be nice. And it's not going to be really heavily punished because it is, of course, the Diana, but she will be able to get further ahead here. Oh, Quiet's actually low enough that they can look for a play, look to set up a dive because of how low. And Quiet understands that. He's going to go ahead and just queue up that recall button ASAP. And I mean, it's still a good result coming in from Impunity, being able to burn double flash, but they did take their time. I understand that they wanted that wave to come in first, just so it wouldn't show Taco, but at the same time, I felt like they missed their timing window. If they'd gone a little bit earlier, they would have beat that wave, and it would have perhaps resulted in a better result there.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing stopping them from going back and doing it again, right? Although they did need to burn both of Krelix's summoners just to set that up, and, you know, kind of tipped their hand a little bit here. Obviously, I think Taco should certainly make a return trip ASAP. They have the bottom side jungle lit up a little bit on the ward game at the moment. It should be swept out a little bit by Enzo as he is going through. Doesn't actually catch that one, and neither will Kongye. So, interestingly enough, this is going to be going unsighted as they now ping out Kongye down towards the Raptor camp and know that Faith, you know, if he steps too far forward, could be in trouble. Krelix running straight in Enzo and Uniboy, but no danger there. So kind of a lot of ships passing in the night at the moment, Nightstar.
And I would say that the slower early game is, I mean, theoretically favors Impunity, but it really just comes down to the experience difference, right? In J-Team, you have these big names in Kongya, Uniboy, and Lil V. They know how to play these slower types of games, whereas on the flip side, a lot less experience. Driver flashing forward.
Speaking of flip side, Driver's hunting forward as he dashes. He needs a few more shots. Can't quite do it. Doesn't have
Blocked
6.
by the minions.
Yeah, not only that, if he had collateral, that's over. And Quiet knows it, but he's playing on the edge and he's staying alive. This is, you know, I mean, this is all he has to do as a Gragas. It's still a bit of a head scratcher that he didn't go for a more aggressive champion, but clearly he didn't quite trust what he'd be able to do against Driver. And here comes Kongye. This is going to be the play, and first blood secured. They made it look easy, but meanwhile, down bottom, they get the root off onto the Jinx. Lil V isolated, and that is going to be the cleanup, giving it right over to Blaze, so Impunity take advantage, knowing that the jungler's topside, and they trade right back.
Being able to trade right back there is really, really nice because on that top side of the map, yes, you were able to pull off the dive against Gragas, but it's not 8 minutes yet, which means that there's no Rift Herald to take and really burst this map open. So it's just going to be those two plates, which should be traded to a certain degree down in that bottom lane. And even then, you're also going to be able to snag up that Scuttle Crab. So essentially, that Scuttle Crab is a little bit over than half a plate. So gold-wise, it's about even. But overall, J-Team have done a little bit better when it comes to farming, of course, with their advantages in that top and jungle side and being able to clear faster. And that's resulted in them having a 1,000 gold advantage.
They do. Although I do think going for Impunity right now is the fact that the target that they were able to take out is a much higher priority than Quiet. Obviously, he wants to hold on to his lane as long as possible, but, you know, if Blaze can start rolling on the bottom lane and setting Lil V behind, that slows down the scaling factor of J-Team. It speeds up that of Impunity. And, you know, if the game plan is to sit into late game, they will have that window of opportunity. The CS is still pretty dead even at the moment, but again, they managed to do that really, really well. Taco was where he needed to be. Kongye now making a trip down bottom, but look at how safe the Impunity bot lane is playing, and they have the wards to show for it too.
Yeah, they have the wave coming in, and now it looks like they're going to set up for a dive here.
It's a slow one if it happens.
No teleports to help out.
They see this. They know it's coming. They're going to take the Lantern out. Kongye is still going to chase. Uniboy's still here. This is a full commitment. They dash in. He gets... Oh, the Moonfall on the flash. They are going to go for this commitment. Looking for Blaze. Having the damage. It's going to be Enzo.
Oh, Taco gets a kick.
Meanwhile, Taco gets the kickback. Kongye taking the damage. Will get fired back as Krelix ends up with the kill credit. The dust settles. It's a 2-for-1 on the dive.
Yeah, Uniboy makes the roam over as well. That really makes this dive a lot easier. And, I mean, Blaze, we praised him for making that play happen right before, right? With the flash, with the lockdown. But because of that, he has no flash. So he cannot get out of that play. And the really nice force of this play coming in from Kongye, coming in.
Oh my goodness.
Flash. and Blaze just wasn't expecting it. Walks up to sneak one more auto in, and that spells the end for him.
Yeah, Lil V also getting Taco at the end too. Yes, Kongye went down, but you really got to admire Kongye's dedication to getting the kill. He's like,
Driver.
Oh, Driver's dead.
Driver.
He's very dead. Good luck, buddy.
He's gonna need to call Uber.
Oh dear. Yeah, that was a really nice turn there for Impunity. I mean, they're keeping pace really well. They are behind in the gold game, but they are trying to find answers and succeeding at that much more often than not. So, again, the big difference between this Impunity squad of last season and Impunity this season is this team just has so much more team cohesion. The decision-making just seems better. Individual mistakes still happening, but they are definitely making the plays and sticking to them quite well.
Yeah, the issue with last year's Impunity was that it felt like they had a low floor but also a low ceiling. Here, we've already seen a much higher ceiling, and while there's still a bit of that floor, you'll definitely take it if you get a higher cap as well, and that's exactly what we see here. So now they're going to be able to get more investment into Blaze. This is a fantastic start for this Aphelios. 2 kills. Yes, he has that death, but because they were able to get that kill onto Driver, funnel that into him, and also get all this plate gold, this is perfect. And getting that lane swap also relieves Quiet of the punishment he was receiving in the 1v1.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to hold this lane for long, but I really like the adaptation by Impunity. They know they're not going to win the top lane. They know that the bottom is under a lot of pressure, and look at this. They not only get first brick with the help of Shelly, they even get extra damage on the interior. 10 minutes. I mean, it's like we're back to a lane swap meta almost.
Yeah, it's just speed run as much as possible. And because of how a bit slower on the dragon focus here, and because of that, it's going to be a very delayed soul. That's going to allow Impunity to just kind of set everything back. They don't have to force a play around this dragon. That's going to be a key factor here. How much gold can they accumulate coming into one of these dragon fights, whether it's the second or the third dragon? Right now, they're still 1,500 gold behind, even after all that investment onto it Aphelios, because Jinx was able to recoup some herself. But that's what this composition is going to boil down to. How well can they play around Blaze, as he is the highest net value on the map right now at 5,400, but Lil V not far off.
Yeah, this is definitely farm diff a little bit. Up top, of course, we saw Quiet, getting pushed in quite a lot by the side of Driver, and that is going to be driving a decent bit of that gold difference. Not all of it, though. You mentioned, the gold lead at about 1,500 at this just shy of 12-minute mark for J-Team does mean that they have a little bit of an edge to play with. The Diana has completed the mythic item, so with the
Rocket Belt.
Rocket Belt, excuse me. I was going to say Proto Belt. I'm like, no, that's the wrong season. I'm old, Nightstar. I've been around playing, casting and playing League of Legends for far too long. But that's okay. J-Team are going to take the opportunity to shove this one in the top. Now, Krelix and Faith are here. They have enough to be able to do it. In fact, with the teleport, they're going to be forced away. But they were setting up for that dive. I think Quiet doesn't take that TP, and it's a 3v2 dive.
Yeah, they were most certainly setting up for a dive play, but at the same time, Krelix is going to get caught up.
Oh, dear. Zenith Blade. Wow, okay. That was pixel away. Well, he's still going down. Enzo kill secured. Lil V would have loved to have that, but Ignite makes the job happen. Kongye, meanwhile, going to find out Quiet, but not going to fight for him. Fight for the honey fruit with him. Lil V will be able to finish this tower, even with Faith trying to laser down the rest of it.
And that's actually really, really important here, because now we have 2 towers worth of turret plates funneled into Lil V, and on the flip side, yes, Blaze has been doing well for himself. We saw him get a lot of gold invested into him, but on even footing, Lil V is going to do more because he has extra range.
Yeah, that's the nice thing, is he has a little bit more range to work with, but also with the gold he's been given, he's been able to get a little bit of an edge in some of the item games. Up until that point, it was pretty much bang on even, as they both fought Gale Forces at around the exact same moment. And yeah, a lot of value out of that laning phase in terms of turret plate secures really good plays by J-Team here to keep the gold in their favor, but Impunity, definitely credit where it's due. They've been finding edges, they've been finding chances. This mid lane has been incredibly quiet, but that is about to change as everybody starts to congregate there. I don't know if we're going to get a full-on 5v5, but we're certainly going to be getting some kind of skirmish.
Looks like Impunity trying the NA strat, which is if you don't have anything on the side lanes, just start A-ramming to get mid-prior and hopefully transition that into positioning onto the Dragon. Unfortunately, Dragon is still 90 seconds away, which is the big problem, because even if you do get mid-priority, 90 seconds is a long time to A-ram.
Yeah.
And because of that, those waves, you're forced to respond to these waves on the side.
Yeah. There is a reason it's called the NA RAM for sure. Uniboy will go ahead and pick up a Gourd Drinker, so definitely going for that big old Bruisery Renekton up in that mid lane. And it does seem like the teams will kind of be in a bit of a holding pattern until the Dragon comes on board. So far, we've just had the one Hextech, and this one is an Infernal. A pretty important Dragon for both teams who would like to be involved in team fighting. Taco can only watch as his ward gets cleared away, so vision control, especially throughout this river, currently in favor of J-Team, but they do back away and cede a bit of it. However, looks like mid lane there's a bit of a dance around. Nothing doing just yet.
There's going to be a bit of a dance in the mid lane. Interestingly enough, we do see Shield Bow coming out from Driver, so he wants to try an auto attack. It's not a great composition to go for the Shield Bow build because they have a lot of tools to really keep them out of the fights, and when you do go Shield Bow, it means your spell's not as damaging.
Here comes Kongi. Oh, they got onto Krelix, but they didn't quite have enough on the priority target. He goes golden into the exhaust, and Taco solo as the rocket will finish him off. Lil V is getting excited. That's one. That's two as Kongi finishes off Blaze, and they run away from the Chaos Storm.
Quiet's coming in.
That should win them the Dragon if they can get out for free. Quiet's here a little bit late to the party, and that is going to be it. I think they will try and reset, but it is enough to get this Herald.
They're going to look for Herald instead, as that's going to do a little bit less damage to them as we get to see the replay. It's just Konga finding an opportunity, flashing forward, and Blaze able to pull off the flash to dodge out, but there's just too much dive at this point in the game against him and not enough power. I mean, the Shield Bow nerfs hit that item a little bit, but I still think when there's so much of a dive focus, you'd much rather have that extra sustain coming in here, but instead he's going to look for the BT second, I believe. So still getting that healing and shielding, but it's going to be a little bit delayed instead of getting that as a mythic, looking for the legendary.
Yeah. Driver definitely, angling to strut his stuff here, right? I mean, he was on the J-Team bench for quite some time, and now that he's kind of been unlocked, I think he's got a chip on his shoulder. But in this game, this front line is really all about Kongi, right? I mean, you got to hand it to him. When he gets a hero in his sights, he just doesn't stop. It's like watching like one of those like really cheesy 80s horror films, like where he just is going to keep coming at you over and over again, and he will not stop until you die. He's like a T-1000.
That's Lil V getting excited as they break that tier 1, and they also secure that Inferno Dragon. It's going to be Cloud Rift, Cloud Soul on the table this game, which will feel nice for Kongra, and really feel nice overall for J-Team because they want to try and team fight or find picks with the extra cooldown on this Leona ultimate, namely. But at this point in the game, for Impunity, you're down 5,000 gold. You're just trying to slow the game down just a little bit here. Still haven't quite been too impressed by Faith. It feels like he's just been out-rotated time and time again by Uniboy on this Renekton. And we need to see Faith get involved here because he's still 0-0-0.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's better than it was last time, but only for a lack of a negative. Yeah, I want to see more out of Faith as well. I feel like the issue here for Impunity, like we talked about a win condition for this team, and it was, we want to see them improve their team fighting. It's obviously a tall order against J-Team, but where they really fell apart yesterday was in the team fight execution. The positioning was a little bit off. Faith was a big part of that. However, they haven't really chosen a whole lot of fights. They've kind of had fights forced upon them. Because Kongye does that. This time he backs away. That's a really great pick by Taco, but unfortunately, the rest of the cavalry is here. Do they have the damage checks to finish the job? Kongye is going to try and chase him off. The Chaos Storm does come down. Blaze falls, however, and the rest of J-Team are here to answer. Lil V getting excited. Enzo's going to be able to finish that job, and Uniboy has been unleashed here on the Dominus. And even when they take down Kongye, there is clearly still enough left in the tank. We asked about secondary carries. We asked about other big fighters, and we have our answer, Nightstar, and they're not done just yet. Quest gets caught. Quest is just about going to make it out. Dodges a super mega death rocket.
He'll be able to survive, but I mean, that was all intents and purposes. That was just the end of the game, right? Because you see this double teleports coming in on the backside. There's just no protection for this Aphelios here. Yes, Krelix and Quiet are trying to help him out, but Driver, even though it's not the lethality build, which by the way would have just one-shot the Aphelios there, it pretty much essentially one-shot him as it took 90% of his health. Now they're going to keep trying to force plays.
Once again, every time the flash is off cooldown, Kongye is going to pop it into the Moonfall. And you can see the rest of Impunity, the moment they saw backup was coming for Driver, they turned tail and ran. Lucky to get out with their lives there, but yeah, as you mentioned it kind of feels like, at this point, it kind of feels like they're rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic.
Exactly. Like, if we go back to that last fight as well, one of the big things was Taco kicked Kongye into the team, which didn't help matters at all. It forces Blaze to use the Gale Force prematurely instead of holding on to it a little bit longer. And because of all that pressure that is thrown down onto him, and Faith being in the position where he was trying to get damage onto the backline. That doesn't help his Aphelios at all either. And I understand you want to try and blow up that Jinx to prevent the reset potential from coming out, but your only damage is Blaze right now. You're sitting on a Leandries. When you go Leandries Victor, it has better scaling value, but at one item, definitely not the same value as Blaze, who has all this extra gold over the Victor.
Yeah, this game is moving a little too fast for Faith at the moment. He needs it to slow down if Impunity want to have a chance of getting back into this. As it stands, they're just going to have to hold on and try to ride it out. Issue is, Baron is free, Cloud Dragon is free, every objective on the map at this point, J-Team kind of own if they want it. You can see Impunity are trying to get vision around the Baron pit, but it's like, even if they do see it happening, I don't think they can contest it. Lilvi just, he's on the front line. Yep, here we go. Barrel's going to pop him. This is the opportunity, but he misses on the body slam, and Kongye seizes the opportunity. Faith just barely inches away with his life. They are trying for this
Blaze
one.
has to do it all.
They do take down Kongye. Can Blaze get this done for his team? Faith in the back trying to stay alive as Uniboy is actually pushed away. They have a chance. Taco's here. They got to collapse. They got to do it now. Taco. Oh, they just can't get the damage, Nightstar.
Oh, and one of the big problems is that they don't have the ability to really chase afterwards. They use all those cooldowns to try and keep Blaze alive. This time around, Uniboy's not there because he doesn't have the teleport to instantly join. So by the time he gets to that fight, Blaze is able to actually output damage. Now Lil V will get that large wolf denied. Small victory for Taco in that instance.
You take what you get.
And I mean, Impunity, credit to them, they're showing a little bit of fight here. And also, having Faith being able to provide a distraction for Blaze helps out quite considerably. Krelix almost forced to try and bail out his jungler, but Uniboy denies that little extra piece of vision.
Yeah, that was one of those close calls right there for Taco, and he held on to it. A lesser jungler would have blinked, but not Taco. Yeah, I definitely want to give credit to Impunity for continuing to fight. I mean, it's a bad situation. They need to bide as much time as possible, and they're doing everything they can. This is not last year's Impunity, where things would have kind of imploded a little bit at this point. They are still making plays. I mean, there is some team cohesion here, but you're right. Like I feel like the drafting kind of hamstrings them a little bit. Like, there's only so much they can do in terms of comeback. This Victor hasn't really been able to do much because he's played so slowly. Blaze is definitely the one that they're putting it all on, but it didn't have to be this way, right? Like, Gwen was open this entire pick ban. Quiet could have had a kill champion, But no,
pick.
He's just Turbo Chem Tank Gragas. Why?
Oh, it is a little bit sad to envision the possibilities
I know
that was given to them. And also
PCS what if.
Yeah. And also Krellix going for the Shrelias. Yes, it's a little bit extra utility, gives move speed to Blaze, but in this case you'd much rather have the Locket of Iron Solari, because where's the main damage coming from? It's coming in from Enzo augmenting the damage of Kongre, right? You get the extra Leona passive damage, that's magic damage. Along with Kongre's ult, that's magic damage. What does Locket give? A magic damage aura and also a shield. So it would have been, in my opinion, a lot better purchase for Krellix to try and keep his AD carry protected, but now they are starting Baron, and it's going to come down to a Taco steal to try and keep this game alive.
Taco has had some pretty impressive plays, and if he can kick Konge out of the pit, there's a possibility, but of course with the flash on, with the ult on, it is going to be tough to try and fight into this one. They may just end up getting the Baron but losing their lives. J-Team do peel away, and that's kind of the best case scenario.
Yeah, it is going to be nice for Impunity that the side of J-Team decided to let them go. More like one of those officer, I mean no harm moments, and they let him just walk.
Put the Baron down and walk away slowly. No, but he gets hurt.
Oh, okay, we'll do it.
Yeah.
And you know what? Impunity, they'll be able to hold on to this 10k deficit for the time being, hopefully able to get one more item for Blaze. That's going to be the big thing. It looks like he's pathing towards the Infinity Edge, which is an interesting purchase here, because look at the items coming in. You already have a Zanya's on in the hands of Konya. You have a Randuin's in the hands of Uniboy. Like, there's already yeah, there's so much armor built up. It's going to be very difficult for him to fight front to back. He pretty much has to flash into the back line to try and kill this Jinx or the Graves.
Yeah, that's going to be a little tough too. And not only that, he has to watch out for the constant threat of Kongye, who is just going to be gunning for him constantly. And, you know, all this is while Faith just doesn't have enough damage. So they have stalled the game just a little bit. They're actually going to start the Baron themselves. This is really bold. But look at where Driver and Kongye are without teleport. Well, Driver has teleport. He's actually going to stay in lane. They cannot do this fast enough. They
want to force the teleport. That's all it is. Once that TP comes in, they're going to try and peel off. In fact, they're just going to try and peel off right now. And I assume they're just going to bait as long as they can.
Driver's calling their bluff. He's just on the tower at the moment.
This is a perfect setup for a Diana ult as well.
Yeah, they put the box down preemptively. The rocket comes out. That's a lot of damage. They may not need all 5. There's the teleport. They're going to start the fight. In goes Kong. A Super Mega Death Rocket is going to get a little bit of damage here. Meanwhile, Driver on top of things, looking for the play. It's a very messy fight, but it is Impunity just getting blown to smithereens. 3 killed, almost 4. Kralik staying alive, but not for long as Enzo finishes the job. And now Quiet, not the last man standing, because that is going to be Faith, and he might just get away, but not if Uniboy has anything to say about it. Well, we talked about it being GG, and I think it truly is now.
Yeah. Not sure about that Baron call, as Baron Nashor is still slain, but it's not by Impunity.
Yeah, that's the real key takeaway there. Man, Uniboy, very tanky. So J-Team get literally everything. Yeah, and it was a nice try, Impunity. You got the teleport, I guess.
Yeah, they did get the teleport. That was their goal. But with your 10k gold behind, forcing the enemy teleport doesn't change anything.
Well, they're losing 4v5 here.
Yeah, they were already taking so much damage from the Baron, right? And yes, you had a nice play coming in from Taco, kicking out the Diana, but the fight's already over before Koya even gets involved anyways, so it's just Impunity making desperation plays a little bit too early in my opinion.
They could have waited a while there. I mean, yeah, they were going to have to deal with their bottom lane for a while, but yeah, now things are going a little crazy. In the aftermath of that, Taco does get the kickback. That is clutch onto Lil V. It's going to slow down the push for just a moment. Really nicely done, but you needed that to happen so much more earlier. Even without their AD carry, J-Team just continue crushing into the base.
Yeah, a nice play coming in from Taco. He finds a key target. But the cost of that target, well, inhib tower, I mean, tier 2
objectively, it's a great play. But also, J-Team don't care because they're so far ahead.
Yeah, the cost wasn't exactly worth it for them. It's at least a feel-good moment. Maybe the morale comes back a bit here, boosts them up to make one more last stand. But 15K deficit, that's numerically a very difficult lead to overcome.
That is one way to put it. Let's take a look at that play one more time. It was very pretty. The barrel kind of whiffs here for Quiet.
Forces the Gale Force.
Taco is like, no. This is I don't care if we lose this game. I'm getting a highlight reel moment.
Yeah, I need to make a reel, buddy. So
someone clip that, please.
Yeah. So sorry, Lil V, you're the sacrifice here. And well, Lil V is just saying, well, we pretty much get your entire base, so I guess it's worth.
Hey, nice start. Victor's got Shadow Flame. All right, just saying.
Yeah. I will say Shadow Flame's probably not the purchase to go for when you're going for a Leandri's build, but it is an item that he completed, and it's probably their best spike to try and get back into the game here.
Maybe a desperation fight. Baron's off. Krellix is actually gonna. Ooh, he popped the Shirelias, but didn't find anything. It just kind of scared him off. I feel like they need a pick here. Driver's a little too fast.
This has to be the last stand.
They got to go for it right now. It is go big or go home as the towers are just getting demolished by the Jinx, but they're not hitting the go button. Impunity, they have to make a choice, but that's being made for them right now as they lose Krellix. It's a 5v4, and in goes the massive Uniboy. Taco trying to find a kickback, not going to do a damn thing here as Jinx gets a triple, Jinx gets a quadra, and with the wipe, they will secure the victory. J-Team 1-1.
Lil V says, you take one kick to my head, well, you're gonna pay. I'm gonna get 4 of you guys, and that's exactly what he does to end the game. J-Team bounced back from a very disappointing opening to day number 1 to the split. And Impunity, again, they show flashes, and it was always going to be a tough task here in game number 2, and perhaps even the season. But at the very least, they are showing growth, and hopefully the morale stays high.
I think there are things to like on this Impunity roster, and those things are Taco and Blaze. I like those 2 things. The rest of the team, it's not even necessarily about individual performance, although Faith definitely played it very slow, safe but slow. The pick ban needs to change a little bit too. I definitely have some questions about that. But for J-Team, this is relieving. This was expected. Like, let's be honest here. They were going to come in as the favorites, but they were favored against Deep Cross as well. Maybe not quite as heavily, and couldn't quite accomplish it. This time around, they did exactly what they needed to. And it is relieving to see a team with Kongye win, not because of him. He helped. He certainly did his job. But everybody fired on all cylinders. We were able to see that Jinx from Lil V coming into its own towards the end of the game. We were able to see Driver really just having a fun game of League of Legends. Maybe it wasn't the most optimal build for the team, but it looked like he was really enjoying himself, and I think that's what counts. And also Uniboy stepping into a tank Renekton role that I think really suited the carry distribution on this squad. I really think this is the J-Team that we wanted to see yesterday, and we're very disappointed to not.
Yeah, and I think a lot of other teams should also look at this J-Team draft and be like, maybe this is a draft we can also adopt, because you look at some of these mid laners, a lot of them are really playing a little bit flustered, right? They're not exactly, they're taking these Victor picks, not exactly scaling, but also not exactly exerting lane pressure. just pick one or the other. You know, and if you're trying to exert lane pressure and try and help your jungler snowball, Renekton's a perfect pick to do so. You provide a lot of utility as well, so the pressure's off of you to perform in some of these mid-late game team fights.
Yeah, you know, one thing we're not seeing a whole lot of, the Corki is conspicuously absent in some of these pick bans, Star, and I'm curious about that one myself.
Yeah, the nerfs on just the package, that was the only change that happened in the latest patch. Appears to have really scared away a lot of these mid laners, but you take him for the damage, and his damage has not changed.
Yeah, that is a little weird. I mean, sometimes players will make, and organizations will make a little bit much of a patch and wait for the dust to settle before making another commitment to a champion. So maybe that's going to be the case when we get into another patch at 12.4 or so forth. But for the time being, I definitely want to see a little more aggression out of some of these mid laners, but maybe they're just trying to find their footing. Like Faith at the moment in this league, he's definitely been around. He's kind of rotated into more amateur scenes and whatnot for a while, but it was a better game from him than yesterday, but it still felt like he wasn't even playing for half the time. It was just too quiet. And partially that's a Victor thing, but he was just very far behind, and his job was different than Uniboy's. But I would have loved to see maybe a little bit more roaming, maybe trying to help out a bit on the bot side. I would have liked to see the drafting change up a bit, because again, it was so surprising that Gwen made it all the way through and they just opted into a Gragas top instead to just get slowly pushed in by Driver. I do want to see Impunity's coaching staff go back to the drawing board for that one, at the very least.
Yeah, like compositionally, it made sense, all the picks, like as a 5-man, but when you kind of break it down, like the Lee Sin's a little bit out of place in that situation because you have all these losing lanes. Yes, they were trying to force plays down in the bot lane and they were somewhat successful, but they weren't able to garner enough advantages. And J-Team, like Impunity's early macro wasn't sufficient enough, because J-Team were still able to get, I believe, 10 plates. Whether or not it was split gold-wise, split into a couple other members, but overall they got 10 plates into their Jinx, and that's just way too much gold to give up for 80 carry that will outscale the Aphelios.
It was really smart objective play too. Like when Impunity decided to swap up to the top side, which was a really good play, the advantage that J-Team took by turning and getting Lil V like so much more and grabbing the Rift Herald, it was really, really cool to see. And this game, yeah, it was a slow burn for a little while, but past that 20-minute mark, things started to spiral out of control. All of the objectives landed in J-Team's court, and there just wasn't enough damage for Impunity to mount a comeback. They ended the game about 18,000 gold down, which is oof.
Yeah, that's a gold graph that shows that you never ever really found a big play to come back into it.
You know what? You know what that graph says? It says stonks. J-Team stonks for sure. And Kongye is leading the charge on that one. It was 75% kill participation. He may not have had a chance to shine on Viego yesterday, but oh boy, his Diana looked scary.
And this is what J-Team is. Like, if you give him a standard game, allow Kongye to do his thing, he will come online and he will just smack you across the face.
Yeah, like he may not be like the reason that J-Team wins games all the time, because he's certainly going to direct the pace, direct the tempo of the game. And it is nice to see Kongye doing Kongye things and not being relied on to do all of the work, which is always fun.
Exactly. He showed up big time in this game. We will expect to see him carry a heavy load going forward through the rest of the split. But in this game as well, Lil V did step up to provide that secondary carry power.
Absolutely. Well, with that said and done, we are halfway through the day. We'll be going on a short break, but when we return, PSG Talon look to bounce back with a game against Hurricane.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching the horizon. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blue skies turning to a new world. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our gravity. Touch the sky, travel to the stars, there's a little bit of light that we touch the sky, travel to the stars, there's a little bit of
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split 2022. I am, of course, Pyrotechnics. He is Nightstar, and as we are halfway through the day now, we get into the match that a lot of people have been looking forward to. Of course, it is going to be PSG Talon taking on the likes of Hurricane Gaming. Before we start things off, though, let's take a brief moment and thank our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Nightstar, PSG, they're looking to bounce back. They had a tough loss against their rivals Beyond Gaming, but Hurricane, well, they're a little bit softer, a bit more like a light breeze so far.
Certainly not as powerful as a Hurricane coming out the gates and looking a lot like their former Alpha selves. A bit of a same old. So if you're an Alpha fan or now a Hurricane Gaming fan, my condolences, because it looks like it's going to be a bit of a long split for you. But, you know, Bang 2 did look quite good. So I'm hoping he's able to perform once more, and if Unified and Kaiwing show some of those flaws that they did yesterday as well, I suppose anything could happen.
It's possible. You know, we'll get into it. We'll get into the upside such that it is, but this PSG Talon team definitely has a few things to work out, a few kinks to figure out in the new machine, because Hanabi, of course, Unified and Kaiwing, the core of this roster is still intact, but the mid lane and jungle have been swapped. For those of you who hadn't been tuning in to the news, Juhan and Bei, picked up from NS Challengers over in Korea, have been working with the team since mid-December or so, but they didn't really have a huge impact in their first day of play. We saw, you know, the Lee Sin Rise come in. They kind of stuck close together, didn't really do a whole lot. And yeah, some strange decision-making and positioning from the bottom lane. Unified and Kaiwing getting caught out a lot. And Hanabi really never had a chance to have an impact, as he was just getting shoved in by the Tryndamere.
And coming into this split, knowing that Juhan and Bei were coming over from Korea, I actually took a chance to talk to Chronicler over at LCK. It's like, just because he also, of course, not only casts LCK, but he also watches a fair bit of the challenger scene as well. So his assessment was Bei relatively low in the fact he's more of the supportive style mid laner. We saw that, being able to just group around Juhan a lot. So for PSG, it's about adapting and learning new style and really making Juhan the main carry, almost like a Kongrye sort of compositions here. But now we're going to take a look over at Hurricane Gaming, formerly Alpha. And Alia, well, he's the only familiar face coming back into the roster. Yeah. But I'd like for him to, you know, stabilize. You know, because we know him from Alpha as the biggest coin flipper.
Yeah, he was the mid laner last split and under the name Zhao, and yeah, his Hecarim left a lot to be desired. I mean, he set up some plays. The problem is they were not good. Yeah, if there's upside on this team, I think it comes in the top lane and in the bottom lane. As you mentioned, Bang 2 had a pretty solid Ezreal game and did keep Meta Falcon team on their toes for a good chunk of the game. ICU, you know, also, that stands for Aurelia Carry You, as he's known as well in the solo queue ladder, did have a pretty decent start to the game as Jace. I liked what I saw out of the damage. The problem was the rest of the team, you know, you could really feel how heavy it was getting. Like, Cha-Cha didn't really have a lot going for him, and how his karma wasn't looking all that great. And yeah, Olio, the less we talk about that Hecarim, I think the better. I want to see them go back to the drawing board, get a little bit more team cohesion, because until they do, this is just Alpha 2.0, right?
Absolutely. I think most of our watchers or casters probably have Hurricane Gaming either the 9th or 10th place team. So you'd like to see some of these newer, fresh faces be able to rise up to the challenge. This is going to be a tall challenge, though, against the likes of PSG. But into the ban phase, we are going to see the Kali Diana taken off the board. The Lee Sin's going to be taken away by Hurricane Gaming. I expect them to go ahead, ban away the Xin and the J4 as well. And then we'll see if Zeri comes off the board too.
Yeah, Zeri's been permabanned so far, but if the teams leave it up and available, we could see a shift up in our bot lane handshaking of you know, the Jinx and the Aphelios that is just so consistently played right now. J4 banned away as predicted on the Hurricane side, so looking to hit Juhan's pool a little bit. I would like to see one of those carry junglers, because obviously the Lee Sin's off the board. He played it last time. It just, there wasn't anything special there, right? I mean, like, last game, we saw a Taco on the Lee Sin, and that was something. They banned the Xin Zhao themselves, by the way, which means they may not be prioing the jungle in this first pick.
It has to be the Zeri ban. PSG banning away the Xin here is just a force Hurricane to make that big decision. What will they go ahead take away?
Oh, they left it. Nautilus ban. Come on, PSG, you got to do this. Give me a unified Zeri game.
It's
yes!
not even a question. If you forget to ban Zeri, it should automatically 100% be locked in. This champion is just way too mobile for the role that she slots into. AD carry is not supposed to be that mobile, and yet she does a lot of damage on top of it. It will be a
what? Whoa. Okay, hold the phone right now. This just got interesting.
Okay, I have no idea. Honestly, if we see Twitch this early, it could signify perhaps a cheese pick, throw it into the jungle.
I see what you did there.
That's always possible, but with the Lulu, it's perhaps going to say that this is the bot lane we have set up to just delete Zeri, and there is one-shot potential coming in from a champion like Twitch.
It could be a kill lane, but I am excited to see what the answer is here. You saw that hover. Juhan was holding on to the Viego. They actually will take the Yuumi to pair with Zeri right now, but I do think that Viego comes back in the next pick. There was a big old smile on Juhan's face when he was hovering it.
Viego could indeed be that next pick here, but Zeri...
Whoa! There, they got the Gwen too! What? Like, so much damage! Oh my goodness.
It's doomed.
Look, nice start. This is like, okay, look, this game is either going to be over in like 15 minutes, or it's going to be the spiciest slugfest we've seen all day.
Yeah, and the big thing here, so there's actually a lot of flex potential coming out from this draft if players have that ability to flex around, because this Lulu can still move into a couple of places. The Twitch technically can be thrown into the jungle if you really want to play cheese. And over on the flip side for PSG, the Gwen can still go into the hands of Juhan. You want a hyper carry for Juhan? If you're going to funnel him a lot of resources, like Bei's presence around the map, just toss it into Juhan. Gwen's a perfect way to do so in that regard. Going into the second ban phase, we have some soft counters or weak side top laners taken away by Hurricane Gaming, so they're not convinced either that Gwen is going into the top lane. They have sort of the same read as I do.
Yeah, I want to see how this answers, and they're going to try and add a little bit more frontline. We've been seeing a lot of these tank Renekton's going into the mid, and obviously, you know, that Jace should definitely be ICU's pick. We saw him on it yesterday. That was definitely one of the brighter spots of the Hurricane Gaming roster. So, looking at this, if they lock it through, and they do, it's an interesting composition so far, because you normally think about that Jace as like, you know, he can be a bit of like a poke champion, but the Twitch has a lot shorter range until the ultimate comes through. So what is your read on what Hurricane's trying to do overall?
I mean, throwing this Renekton allows you a lot of mid-game pressure because of how strong his ultimate is for some of those mid-game team fights, as we are also going to see the Viego. So still, you could technically put it into a solo lane, but more than likely it will be Gwen headed up there. And
this is so many power picks. I know you don't like the Rise, but he's a tank, I guess. I don't know.
I hate Rise, but it's okay
when you
throw in a pick like Gwen that he's not the main magic damage source, because Tank Rise does no magic damage, guys. Like, either you build AP on him or you get another magic damage threat, and yes,
Echo Jungle. All right.
Hurricane Gaming have indeed given us enough curveballs to make this game interesting. and this is really exciting draft. But I will say, I don't like where the Twitch came in. I think first pick on red side was a little bit too early, showing their cards a little bit too early there. But the Echo pick could throw a spanner in the works because Viego isn't as dominant of a jungler as he was before, which gives Echo the possibility of snowballing.
Yeah, there are just so many interesting champion choices on the Hurricane Gaming side that could really mix things up here. Again, on paper, PSG, the expectation is that they do crush this game because Hurricane Gaming, you know, the old alpha esports, even with a lot of new blood, did not really show a whole lot to impress. But a few of the people that did, Bang 2 for sure, getting a chance on this Twitch, I'm excited to see. They clearly were aware of, or they clearly have prepared this to some extent as early as it was picked up to try and turn this into a kill lane against the Zeri Yuumi. We'll see if it bears fruit. We'll see if it works out. But there is just so much damage on the side of PSG, and I'm excited to see who ends up dishing the most. Juhan trying to set him up for success in a carry jungle role. We'll see if he can do it. But if not, there are a lot of champions that can fill the gap. I do like to see the return of Hanabi's Gwen. It was a terror at Worlds 2021. We'll see if it can be a terror on the Rift today as PSG look to bounce back from an early loss against Beyond Gaming. And Hurricane look to try and really throw that curveball right back at him.
Now, this is a combination I've been really calling for the entire time when Ryze has been picked. Is like, if you go ahead, lock in Ryze, please have a Gwen up into that top lane to make up for the lack of magic damage we're seeing in these Ryze builds. And PSG, they have adapted, thrown that up in its top side. And overall, this is a very, very solid composition. They have more than enough damage to get Juhan those resets. So overall, very PSG favorite draft, but there's plenty of unknowns in this Hurricane Gaming draft.
Kaiwing's always having a bit of fun with it. I remember they used to spam that at Doggo, but unfortunately Doggo no longer in this league as he has moved on to greener pastures over there in the LPL. But for Hurricane Gaming, I really want to keep my eyes on this bottom lane to see if Bangtu and how can get the kills. I mean, if anything, Unified Kaiwing did have some stumbles, not in lane, mind you, but in some of the team fights yesterday, and we'll see if that changes things here. Olio on this Echo. We'll see what he's able to get done, try and deal with the threat of Juhan, but as we get underway, no cheese, no crazy early level 1 strategies, it's just all stock standard.
All stock standard at the moment, which, you know, with how much kind of cheese came out in the Hurricane Gaming draft, I half expected them to try and cheese the level 1 as well to really get things going. Or at the very least, go for very aggressive summoners, but so far, you know, nothing too spicy. We have a heal on Twitch. I would have liked an exhaust ignite combination in this bottom lane. That didn't happen. And it's always going to be tough when you're up against the fact that there's going to be 3 combat summoners on the flip side, because there is that Yuumi pick.
Yeah, the Yuumi definitely not needing the flash quite as much as some of the other support champions. So, getting underway here, yeah, that bottom lane certainly could get spicy. I also want to keep my eye on the top as well. Olio in level 3 looks like he might actually be fancying a play onto Hanabi, who's taken a more defensive summoner in that Ghost, by the way, not the Ignite teleport that we've seen before. ICU doing a good job baiting as he goes to the skies. Here we go, parallel convergence into the Time Winder. Hanabi, he's ghosted on, but I think he's going to be first blooded here, and he is over to ICU. Juhan, he can't quite answer in time. This is a great start for Hurricane. He turns back in, goes for the 1v2. I don't know if that was the best decision. They do seem to be bringing Bay up here, but that's going to be it. Early first blood in this one.
Very, very early first blood here, and it's a really nicely executed play coming in from Hurricane. Being able to get an early kill onto this Gwen is going to help a lot. And one of the big calling cards for ICU in this top lane is just these carry top laners. And getting him off to a good start is going to help out considerably.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we saw a little bit from him yesterday. Same champion on the Jace. His Shock Blasts were certainly on point. It was just in the later stages of the game, we didn't get to see him shine as the team fell too far behind. Juhan will be coming up to make some, try and get some revenge here for Hanabi, who, again, is dueling it out. And ICU, he steps forward, does not have the flash. As a dash in, there they go, play the Rune King, and is it enough to snip? No! Not enough off the top of Jace's head, and ICU just barely limps away.
He limps away, but now he has to give up a lot on this top side, right? Because he doesn't have the teleport to come straight back. And the wave is starting to come towards Hanabi. I'm not sure if, yeah, it is coming towards Hanabi because he's going for the recall right now, knowing that the wave will naturally push towards him. So he's going to be able to get his reset, get all the way back to full HP, and come back to a lane state that is extremely favorable to him. So now we need to see Echo come pretty much immediately top lane to try and reset that lane state to bail out his top laner. That means the rest of the map gets a little bit of free time to kind of do what they want to do on the side of PSG.
Yeah, PSG going to be a little bit more comfortable with how things are shaking out at the moment. They are down in the gold game, mostly thanks to the first blood difference, but on the whole, you know, certainly have to feel happy for Unified and Kaiwing in this lane. Whatever Bang 2 and Enhao are planning, it hasn't come up. You talked about how if they were really going for a kill lane, it's a little bit sus that they didn't go for the full combat summoners. But hey, we'll have to see if there's a strategy there. But unfortunately for them, they just kind of keep getting peppered with damage, not just the burst fire and you know and all the zapping. It's also just those prowling projectiles. I mean, Yumi's such an annoying champion to deal with in lane. Here comes Juhan again as he goes for the hard path. ICU. He's playing the long game, though, trying to bait it out, but there was a ward spotting Olio there, so no 2v2s today.
Yeah, Juhan understands what his job is. He needs to maintain this freeze for Hanabi, and this is the fight.
Yes, it is. Looking for more. Hanabi.
He's immune.
He's immune. Not going to have to worry about too much as he goes right back into lane. This game really is like a who's who of, like, some of the newest, like, Swedish champions, right? Especially on the PSG side. You know, like, last season, if we saw Gwen and Viego in the game, it was usually because one team got one and one team handshook the other. But definitely, the days have changed a little bit, Nightstar. Bay is going to be under fire, forced to flash very quickly. You can see they were setting up for a 3 dives. Enhao is there. But Bay turns it right around, actually dishing a lot of damage right back as he stays safe.
Yeah, nice little response coming in from Bay. Good trigger fingers there. And now it's going to be roaming Yumi. So
bring your cat to work day. Meanwhile, though, they move in, and I don't think Olio expected that many people there as Unified is actually going to open up, get 1 kill on the Zeri, looking for more. Bay's in a little bit of trouble. Shot does not have enough to kill him. 2 kills for the Zeri, and now Enhao could be in some trouble as he gets stunned up, looking for 3. Unified won't get it because Juhan does, but they clean house on the PSG side.
It's just way too much roam pressure coming in from a Zeri who can join from infinite range, essentially, because of how she's able to traverse the whole length of the wall. And they try and set up for the pick. The idea is good, but there's just the numbers advantage is not there. It looks like it's just, you know, 2 or, you know, 3 members, if 2.5 if you don't count the cat as a full member. But Unified comes way over the wall there and instantly joins, and Twitch just doesn't have that same roam power here. If you are the Twitch as well, like in that instance, I would have expected the Twitch to try and make a hit over into that mid lane very early on. He hasn't done that, and now things are falling away very quickly for the side of Hurricane Game.
Yeah, this is why Zeri gets banned so much, right? Like, if you look in the dictionary, the definition of power creep, you just see a picture of Zeri, like, doing finger guns. Like, this champion is so fast and does so much damage, it's ridiculous. Unified, in his hands, it's looking really terrifying. And as a result, PSG, you know, they're just opening up on the map. Bang 2 has honestly had 0 presence at all of this roaming, and Unified's still up. Like, so much gold, and look at this 2v2!
Bye.
Unified just deletes Enhao.
So long.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the power of this combination. It's just so much kill pressure, and a lot of it was facilitated by an early cheater recall coming in from this bottom lane. Unified, Kaiwing getting a reset, coming back with Cull Longsword is just a lot of power sustain, against Bang 2, who stayed to try and farm up as much as possible. He was just stuck on a longsword the entire time. Now he's got a bit of a buy, but afterwards, he's already 25 CS down and 3 kills down. And Cha-Cha is also down a lot of health.
Yeah, you know, we were prepping for this one and really just... Oh, wow, okay, Olio, he goes in like 1v3. I mean, he's got Chrono Break, like he's Echo, I get it, but dude, you were never going to win that fight. Unified going over the wall once again. Olio trying to get away. They've got the Prowling Projectile. They're going to keep on chasing. He's out. I think after yesterday's game, you know, there was probably some concern against, you know, parts of the PSG fan base, like, uh-oh, they're having a little trouble adapting. You know, maybe if they smash tomorrow, I won't be quite so worried. They are absolutely crushing this game. So, if you are a PSG fan, do not worry. All is not lost. They may not be the team they once were, but they are definitely finding their footing, and this is looking easy at the moment.
Everything's easy when you have Zeri.
Yeah, true.
This champ is just not balanced. But apparently, Hurricane Gaming, they really trusted this Twitch counter pick. Unfortunately, it just has not panned out, even remotely. There's just multiple ways you'd like to...
Oh my god, they go... Oh, whoa! You know something's gone wrong when your AD carry...
ICU is pinging his jungler right now.
Yeah.
He is
Save my lane! Save my lane, Olio! Oh dear.
Because,
this is free tower. This is... Yeah. They have Rift.
Olio, he queued up the recall and finished the recall, and ICU is just like, wait, hello? And now he's gonna lose his tower. That's a lot of extra gold going into the hands of the Viego and the Zeri, namely the Zeri. It actually doesn't finish the tower, which is nice, but
okay. All right.
It's not gonna live for long.
It's all the plates, though. I mean, yeah, like I think they probably could have stayed, but they played it safe. And you know, again, PSG, they have such a massive lead at 11 minutes into the game. There's no need to take a risk, right?
Yeah.
You can only fall behind.
Exactly. And look at some of these items too. There's just a lot more. Okay, we don't get to see the items because we're expecting a fight here, and they're really trying.
Okay, final chapter coming through. They do manage to land the root down onto at least Enhao, but meanwhile, turning it right around, Bang 2 just gets deleted into the Heartbreaker, and now Juhan on the chase, and he's turning the Twitch against Hurricane Gaming. Meanwhile, as they try to run for the hills, Enhao can't quite make it out. Only Olio will be able to tell the tale of the disaster top lane.
My lord. 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah, meanwhile, Bay's just
plates haven't come off yet, Pyra.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, there's no plates up top. Let's look at this again. Yeah, Hurricane wanted this fight.
They really wanted this.
They really wanted this fight, but they should not have.
Yeah. I mean, they wanted Zeri, but shocker, Zeri is very mobile and can instantly turn things around, especially when she has ult and has such a large item advantage. She has a Trinity Force. So what do we have on Bang 2? He's got
bargain bin.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what's crazy about this game, Madstar?
What?
The fact that Hanabi got Gwen, and we have not talked about it once because it is the least impactful thing in this game right now.
That is true. And when it comes to these later game team fights, because of how far this Twitch is behind, like, Gwen is immune is more than enough to just win team fights 1v1. It's so easy because of how far Bang 2 is.
I don't think they're going to need him. I mean, like this is... Like, okay, so spoiler alert for those of you who have never watched Lord of the Rings, but you really should because it's been out for ages. You know that scene at the end of, like, the fight in Minas Tirith when Aragorn, like, has all the ghosts and they're all just prowling around as Hanabi is immune, but he's dead, so not anymore. I'll talk about that in a minute because Juhan is going to try to 1v2 for a little bit. He might be able to do it. He flashes away. Okay. I have to finish this point. It's important. It's that scene. Hanabi is Aragorn. And he's just looking around, looking for some orcs to kill. But there's no orcs to kill, because all the ghosts did it already. All the ghosts is the rest of PSG. And here they go again. Unified, defining the final chapter onto Enhao. And it certainly is closing the book on Hurricane Gaming. ICU tries to find something on a collapse with Cha-Cha, but absolutely nothing's doing. Going to the skies, but How about going to the fountain? Unified is going to finish this dive off, and if not him, Juhan is going hunting. Goodbye.
Kaiwing! Cat! Cat got it.
He stole it. It happens.
Classic Cat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, regardless.
PSG fans will be happy with this game. I'm going to predict it right now.
And Alpha fans are going to be wondering, why didn't we ban Zeri?
Yeah, Bane2 is going to try to hunt down Bane. I mean, this...
He doesn't have an item!
I wish we'd been able to see what the game plan was for this Twitch, because whatever it was, it clearly didn't pan out. Here's that again. This isn't even really a fight. This is... Honestly, this is graphic content. Shield your eyes if you're under 18.
It's Yordle abuse.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
man.
as a certified TFT Yordle abuser, I do not approve of that particular variety. Unified could be in a bit of trouble, though. He does get shut down as...
a little bit far.
That 3v3 was a little bit scuffed there from PSG.
Now they can
so
turn.
Maybe we spoke a little too fast, but now they get the exhaust onto ICU. Once again, should find the damage. Meanwhile, Chacha did not have enough left in the bank, as Juhan is going to go into his Croc form here. 1, 2... How do you do? Looking for a to the skies on the hammer. Finds another one. Double kill here. And that is going to be Operation Fed Viego.
And Bane's there to clean up the last kill, too. Well, the results as expected at 15 minutes when you have an 8k gold lead. But that's exactly what happened. PSG, another dominating play, even though Unified does give up a rather large bounty here. So we're going to see the replay. Hopefully we get to see who gets that kill at the end as well, because that's a large amount of gold to fall into someone's hands. I hope it went into Jace's hands.
I feel like this is a little bit of happy gaming on the side of PSG. Like, they're buying into their own hype a little bit too much, but it was okay. They're so far ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you'd like to see a big play to get the fans excited as well, right? Because game number 1 was not great from them, so this is going to help out considerably for the fan base. And the shutdown goal does go on to the Echo, which I would say is the next best thing. If it doesn't go on to the Jace. And I mean, ideally, you'd love to get some gold onto the Twitch, but the Twitch was never there, so hard to do that. So Echo now has a little bit of gold to play with, and that's a Yumi Q. Yumi Q isn't supposed to do that much damage, but now they're just going to try and YOLO one more play.
And that's the Echo that just got all the all the kills, rather. Hurricane are going to try to make a play here, but look at how low Chacha was already getting in this one as the Rift Herald charges in. They no longer have the tower to protect them. Juhan and Hanabi gonna be able to open up, not to mention all the burst fire out of Unified, and those health bars on Hurricane Gaming are getting rocked. That should be the closer here. Ace at 17 minutes. I'd say they should go for Baron, but it's not even on the Rift yet.
What do you even do, man? There's like...
Go next.
I mean,
fast.
you can hit towers if you're PSG, but there's literally nothing on the map to do besides kill Hurricane Gaming over and over again. That's literally the only objective, because Dragon is now about to spawn, but there's no Baron to play around. You're not baiting for that. There's no jungle to try and steal because you've already stolen all of that. So PSG, I mean, it's kind of just a waiting game for Hurricane, and just allow Hurricane Gaming to kind of just impale themselves on their own sword.
Yeah, like, you see that they're trying to force the play. It's just, there just isn't enough damage there. ICU on the side, he does, like, get a little bit of burst on a Unified. There's no follow-up, of course. Because, everyone's getting locked up. And, of course, you know, you think you have the safety of the tower? Nah, we're just going to finish that really quick. And all of a sudden, Olio's just running back to the wrong base, wondering what the hell happened.
Yeah, it's tough prospect, but
they cut
Q
Bay.
Is nice.
Hey, they cut Bay. That's shutdown goal, right?
One.
It's going to be turned around immediately, but we'll see if they can get anything else here as Chacha gets rooted down for all of eternity. Double kill into the triple for the Viego. Juhan is big.
They just put Hurricane Gaming back into the bin once more, but I mean, we're still kind of just watching this game in a standstill, just because of the fact there's nothing to get done afterwards.
It's too early to end the game, and that's the only reason it happens.
Exactly. So this is essentially, I don't know how to describe it. It's like,
yeah,
an MMA fight, but one of the fighters has never fought before. So
I get where you're going with this. You know, like, I almost feel like if you're Juhan, you don't want to execute because your items are so much better than whoever you kill.
Yeah, you're really just getting the soul just so you can get another jump. That's really all it is at this point, because the items are just so far behind when it comes to Hurricane Gaming that you really just want to maintain your own stats if you are the Viego. We're going to see ICU sent to the ICU.
Yeah, unfortunately, time of death right about then. Juhan managing to clean him up pretty easily, so, you know, I think we got to start wondering, like, when PSG have enough of a decisive fight to just, like, close it out. I feel like they just grab the Baron and start hard shoving. But
yeah,
at least Hurricane are trying to fight. Like, I mean, there are teams who would just straight up give up at this point and just, like,
but not Alpha.
But yeah, no, I mean,
flip.
You got to give them that. They will always go for the flip.
They maintain the identity.
So you're saying there's a chance is kind of a bit of a team motto here, and I obviously this was always going to be a tough game. But I would have liked to see maybe a little bit better focus on getting rid of some of these really strong champions that are absolutely decimating your front line. Goodbye, Olio. Juhan with the legendary kill at 20 minutes as they realm warp their way in, forcing the flash at Enhao. Bay and Juhan take a little bit of damage as Cha-Cha was looking for some more. Unified lets loose the ultimate. They turn around here as Bay starts firing down more, and ICU just off the cooldown goes straight back to Fountain with the needlework. That should be it. Can they close this out in time? I believe it would be the fastest game of the split.
I don't think there's any doubt that this would be the fastest game of the split if the game just ends right here, because it's almost 20 minutes. It's just past that.
That's gonna be it.
This game was never in question. Fine.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. But Hurricane, you know, they have a lot of questions that need answering. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, but for PSG, they've definitely come up with some answers. This game may not be indicative of how things play out for the most part going forward, but when they get the power picks, oh boy, watch out, because PSG are back.
There was a PCS fantasy game. Oh yeah, PSG just raked in an infinite amount of points on that game, because that was a wholehearted raffle stomp. Hurricane Gaming living up to the name as far as playstyle goes, because it was very hectic from draft to the end of the game, but unfortunately PSG were never shaken.
No, they were not. PSG had a game plan in mind. They had the opportunity to pick up just about every power pick champion. The Zeri for Unified, the Viego. We did get to see carry Juhan, and I really like this. You know, obviously he had a fairly easy time, and he was able to pop up just by virtue of how well they snowballed. But it was nice to see him on a damage dealer. The Lee Sin, we didn't really get to see much. Bay was still on the rise, but critically, he didn't really need to do all that much except hold the mid lane. And he outclassed Cha-Cha solo 1v1. So, like, credit where it's due. You know, this team definitely picked up some players that have a good skill floor at the very least. It's just, against the tougher opponents, we still need to see them tested again, because the Beyond game wasn't as hopeful as we would have liked. But this time around, yeah, we got to see Juhan carry a little bit on the Viego. We got to see Unified unleashed on the Zeri. I did like Kaiwing's Yumi. It was definitely a lot of fun. Unless you were the bot lane of Hurricane, of course. And for Hurricane, I think they may have tried to overdraft themselves into a corner, I think.
Hurricane Gaming, what will we do? I mean, they're pretty much an instinctual team, at least from last split, and it looks like that for the most part, that identity has remained the same. For PSG, still, we didn't have any questions answered, really, because it is Hurricane Gaming. But at the very least, it does give the fan base a big hit of Hopium.
It's only game 2, but you're right. After losing the first one, it always feels a little rough, especially when you're used to such dominance, right? I mean, PSG had a domestic dominant streak that was unmatched by any other team, and the only squad that had really challenged them last year was Megabank Beyond Gaming. Of course, coming in and beating them in the last game yesterday certainly had to deflate a little bit of that hopium, but now it's back. We'll see how this team does when tested against some of the stronger squads. I'm looking at the likes of J-Team. I'm looking at the likes of CTBC Flying Oyster, potentially even some of the Dark Horse squads like Meta Falcon team. But
Deep
you're right,
Cross.
Hurricane, Deep Cross as well. Hurricane is certainly a squad that's probably going to be fighting to just not be 10th place until further notice. That was Alpha Esports as well. Yeah, you know, it was an interesting draft phase for sure, but unfortunately it was an interesting game for them. And we'll see if they can go back to the drawing board and find a little bit more for themselves. But PSG, you know, you got the win. You had some fun. It was a much better day 2 to bounce back in, even if you knew your opponent was going to be a punching bag.
Yep. So, I mean, PSG, they take care of business. And Hurricane Gaming, we'll see.
Plenty of time to whip
really
up
the
into the storm we know they can be, right? I mean, it is very early on in the split. I still think that, you know, we didn't get to see Bang 2 this time around. ICU still had a decent start to the game. We saw some good Jace play. I do feel like he still got a little bit of that, like, tunnel vision, solo carry, solo Q mentality. Like, it seemed a little too easy to bait him. But if he can fix that, that might be a key to really holding the line, because he's certainly very skilled on these champions that can dish out the damage. The Jace was a power pick for a reason. I just wonder if they can leverage that on this squad rather than just, cool, play your comfort pick and we'll see what happens, right? It's a bit of a rough time to be a top laner overall, but you know, we did see some roams in game 1. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of that going forward for Hurricane if they can get a slower game to build up into it. You know, I think when it comes down to it, the testing bed is going to be them versus Impunity. Although Impunity at the moment did look like a better squad.
I certainly think Impunity has a little bit more to show. Of course, we haven't seen Sem9 yet.
That's true.
They're a squad with a lot of unproven players as well, so we need to see them on the Rift before we can toss judgment there. But at least it's a longer split than we had last split. Yes, it's the same amount of games, but it's spread over a longer course of time, which will allow some of these teams to hopefully figure things out and bounce back to try and make a playoff run.
Absolutely. So, circling it back to PSG, as we are still kind of waiting for our... oh, well, there we go. Waiting for the gold graphic. You know, I think it took a little while because it was just so much gold to tabulate that they had to just keep stacking it on top, you know? This game ended so quick. This is our fastest one, 21:30 in the game. Juhan is probably getting the MVP unless it's unified. I kind of feel like you could go either way. It did look a little bit easy for him. But it was nice to see that when given all of the tools, they did execute flawlessly, right? Like, if this game had been anything but a stomp, it's a bit worrying for the likes of PSG, and they did exactly what they needed to do. They you know, an easy pop quiz, but they aced it.
Yeah, it was certainly a pop quiz that they aced very, very easily. Unified will be given the MVP. 6,600 gold above his
Holy
opposing
crap.
member. I mean, Bang 2 never really got to say anything.
That's multiple items ahead. Yeah, I mean, what do you expect given Zeri? But at the same time, like, there were so many power picks given over. That's the biggest thing for Hurricane, is to just work on that draft.
Yeah, they do need to go back to the drawing board in that regard. Pretty hard there, because it felt like even before going into the game, they were already up against such a tall hill to climb. And
yeah, that hill was called Fed Zeri. Unified. Yeah. I mean, I liked what I saw out of him. I mean, again, it was easy, but like, a good way to bounce back is to just have a super dominant performance. It helps not only for the fan base, it helps for your own confidence to really try and roll that one forward. But with that game done and dusted, we have one more on the day. I'm very excited about this one because it will be Meta Falcon Team, the collegiate squad. and they've got themselves a midterm exam here, Nightstar. It's going to be a tough task against Beyond Gaming. I wonder if they're going to be able to do it. We're going to have to find out right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll return.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring 2022. We are on a quick night tonight, and we are looking to close out strong with a test for Meta Falcon team up against the likes of a surging Beyond Gaming after one hot victory off of PSG. Hi, I'm Pyrotechnics. He is Nightstar, and our sponsors are CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Mr. Nightstar, We are getting quite a swing here for Meta Falcon team for a bit of our Dark Horse collegiate squad. Facing Hurricane and now facing Beyond Gaming, a team that I think I wouldn't be too far off saying could be the top team in the league at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are looking the front runner, right? Especially after really shutting down PSG yesterday. And hopefully they're able to maintain that momentum. What should be fun is that we're not going to see Liang in the top lane, but it will be the new addition, the other new addition, I should say, to their squad in Lee Kai. But we're going to see Meta Falcon's squad first here on the screen. It's going to be Taco665, Wen, Whale, Epoch. And I mean, the one big experienced member, Wen, had, I believe, 1 or 2 games on Hong Kong Attitude last split, so he's been on the PCS stage. But for the most part, it's about just maintaining a lot of that collegiate synergy and using that to power forward here.
Absolutely. I mean, Meta Falcon team were a squad that have participated in, and they were finalists in the LSC, in the Collegiate League. They were the 2021 Asia Cup winners. You know, this is a team that has a lot of experience, not on the main stage, but they elected to stay together and really prove that a team bred and kind of like really just con up through the collegiate scene can succeed on the stage. And they have some coaching staff to back them, some names people might recognize. Firefox is the director of this squad. LX2 and D, of course, part of the coaching staff. And they had some really impressive play yesterday, again, albeit against a very weak Hurricane Gaming squad. We got to see 665 really take off. Of course, he will be the big carry. But it's a tall order against this team, and you heard it right. Lee Kai from Machi Esports going to be into the top lane, subbing in for this game to see what he is able to do for this team, alongside Husha, Minji, Wako, and Kino. And Megabank Beyond Gaming have looked very strong in their first game. We expect them to continue that form today. I'm really excited to see what happens when they face off against some of our other new contenders, the likes of CTBC, Flying Oyster, or perhaps J-Team, who came back and won earlier today. Bit of a spoiler alert if you're turning in late, but you know what you're in for. But for Megabank, despite losing Doggo, they have certainly not looked too worse for wear. Wako had some really big shoes to fill, and while he's not nearly as flashy, he has been able to execute well in their opening game. Minji looked very comfortable on an Akali yesterday against the likes of PSG. I wonder what he'll pick this time around, and if the team style shifts any with Lee Kai coming up to the top. If I remember correctly, Lee Kai was a very big kind of split pushing and like high pressure top laner with the likes of the Camille, the Jace coming in. He used a lot of Renekton. He loved Gwen. This does seem like a meta that should suit him.
Yeah, he is really, really good on these flanking style champions. As you mentioned, the Gwen, the Camille, and that was really his MO. It was flank or bust. Of course, that was kind of just the MO of that squad in general from Machi, but we'll see how much that's able to translate over into this version of Beyond Gaming, which we know have the coaching staff to kind of bring these youngsters along, right? Because last split they had a completely fresh roster, and they were able to raise them up by the end of the year to go to Worlds.
It's crazy to see how fast the rise of Beyond really came, just out of nowhere as a new kids on the block. Doggo coming in and just like absolutely wowing everyone. The rest of the squad also showing up, and they go from just being these new kids to like, oh, they're Worlds participants, and you have to respect the name Beyond Gaming now. So with the picks and bans going, we do have a blue side Zeri ban, as well as a Zoe and Akali, following through the Tryndamere, Diana, and Renekton, focusing on some of those power picks, but it does mean that a Xin Zhao will fall into 665's hands, and that could be a bit of trouble.
Then probably the most balanced of the junglers when it comes to early picking it, because he has the ability to play different styles. He can play super aggressive early on, but then later on he provides really, really solid peel potential for any AD carry you want to put behind him. So it's really a fine pick, first pick, but It doesn't, it doesn't show any cards, but it doesn't feel like it's a overpowered pick that you would traditionally see as that first pick over on blue side.
Yeah, I think both of these teams definitely, the drafting, especially compared to last game, going to be a very different story. The Aphelios does get picked up. We would expect the Jinx to fall into Whale's hands, but there are other options, like this Varus that has been floating around the meta, but hasn't been picked up here in the PCS just yet. So we'll see if that is going to be the champion of choice for Whale, as he played the Aphelios last time. And he locks it.
Okay, so Varus actually locked in here. If this Braum does get locked in as well, it's going to be more of a weak side focus coming in from MFT. I'd imagine maybe they throw in one early gank just because the power of Xin and Braum can be so powerful in trying to get catches. But more often than not, when you have Braum in that bottom lane, you're looking to play away from it and just allow the Braum to be that defensive support for your AD carry.
Yeah, so they got a decent front line here, but it does feel like they could have had a more contested 2v2. But I wonder if they just, realize, hey, Wako and Kino are a very strong bot lane. Maybe we want to back off a little bit and just try to play for the range, try to play for the later game. Gwen being left open does mean it falls into Lee Kai's hands, and that is a scary proposition. Taco could be in some trouble.
We'll see what kind of carry he pulls out to match that Gwen. And even then, it could just be a very interesting pivot, just to put the Gwen into Husha's hands and give Lee Kai a better counter pick matchup.
That's a possibility.
If MFT do pick a really interesting matchup that might be able to counter the Gwen. But we'll see, as Beyond will go for the Kennen ban, which traditionally, when Gwen did first come out, that was the pick a lot of top laners went to try and hold her down in the lane phase, but it wasn't super effective. So, it's kind of whatever. Lee Sin will be the ban, though, and that's going to remove one of, I would say, Husha's better champions.
Yeah, I think trying to target out Husha, there really has been kind of low prio on the jungle pickups on Beyond Gaming side, but that's because they've had access to so many more of these power picks, the more standard things, and of course the Gwen being a high prio as well. It does mean MFT can look to try and shut down Husha if possible. Also a Volibear ban coming through here, and I do feel like, that is targeted towards Taco. So really trying to give Lee Kai, or, it could still fall into Husha's hands, but assuming it's on Lee Kai, want to give him as many opportunities to really shine in his debut for this Beyond Gaming team.
Yeah, trying to set up the top side for success. It will be the Viego to come off the table. So Beyond, they're going to have... it's definitely...
J4.
Okay. I'm like, it's definitely not the Zyra here.
That would be a real head scratcher.
That would be a big throwback to when Zyra on release was Omega Giga busted in mid lane.
That was a long time ago. Holy moly.
But against a mobile carry with no help from something like a Thresh, J4 seems like a great pivot here. And this is a very fast lock-in coming in from MF. They go ahead, lock in Camille Galio, very classic combination, of course. And if J4 baits his team into investing into his Cataclysm, it might not be their Cataclysm, and it might be MFT's Cataclysm, because they have the tools to just turn things around very rapidly. But Beyond, they just kind of double down on this dive composition with the Vex.
I like this. Like, Beyond says, all right, bring it. We're going to get into the Thunderdome right now. MFT, I really like that they just decided, okay, we're going to be dealing with a Cataclysm. We might as well just group up and just like bop, bop, bop if we can. So many knockups, so many stuns, so much crowd control, and so much AoE. Maybe not enough damage, though. That's what I'm worried about. On the other hand, Beyond Gaming, they've got damage in spades. We get to see the Vex make an appearance here in the PCS. It has been having mixed success around the world at the moment. Had been banned a fair bit yesterday, but conspicuously absent today until Minji picks it up. He's had an Akali game. I'm curious to see what he can do with this new mage.
Yeah, and for this MFT comp, I think the big question is, you've drafted yet another pretty technical composition where it's going to revolve around rotational gameplay here. How well can you execute? Because if this game does hit mid-game without clear advantages for your squad, it's going to be incredibly difficult to make it to late game, because on the flip side, you've got Aphelios, you've got Vex, you have Gwen. These are insane scaling champions in comparison to what's on the other side.
Yeah, that's the worry here for MFT. Like, they clearly have a bit of a wombo combo, but it's like, once it's done, what have you really got there? And they don't really have as much damage. I would have liked, if they were going to do this, I would have liked to see like the Jinx getting thrown in the mix for the extra damage, the potential pop-off to get excited. But Meta Falcon team, they have a game plan. We know that this team has a lot of synergy, having played together for some time. We'll see if they can execute it all. They do make a great team, and we'll see if it is going to be enough to overcome the Titans of Beyond Gaming.
And at the very least, they have the giant gargoyle in the mid lane.
That so, they do. That's something.
They have the in-game Titan.
It's kind of a like, I know the term Avengers gets thrown around a little bit, but I feel like it's almost an Avengers comp, because everyone's going to fall out of the sky and do the superhero landing, and meanwhile Varus is just Hawkeye in the back, just chucking arrows at you.
Hey guys.
Yeah,
I hope
he's
I'm
there
safe.
too. He's there too, right? I mean, it's yeah.
He's either gonna be Hawkeye, throwing out a lot of damage in the backline, or he's going to just end up getting sacrificed like Black Widow.
Oh, oof, too soon, man. Anyways, yeah, on the Beyond Gaming side, I feel like, well, there's a lot of tanks to shred through, and there's a lot of CC to try and stop. Like, it's always a little bit rough if a lot of the enemy's comp can be countered by a QSS. And Wako has a cleanse. No surprises there.
He has a cleanse, but unfortunately it doesn't stop him from getting bopped up into the air by Galio ult and locked into a ultimatum by the Camille. So that will still be effective. But the interesting thing here is that Minji has gone, okay,
Predator Vex, yeah. There's an early start, but like Minji's like, all right, like he's gonna play this like an assassin with the Shadow Sword.
I'm hunting.
I was wondering when we wanted to get to that, because yeah, that's a choice. I respect it.
And I think it's in response to the possible Predator coming out from Wen, because that's a pretty common rune choice for the Galio to try and make early plays, especially when you need a lot of early game, right? A lot of early mid-game power to try and snowball the game, because Galio does lack a lot of damage towards the mid-late portions. So I actually like the choice coming in from Minji as a prediction game. Unfortunately, it just doesn't quite work out as well as he would like, but it will allow him to move around the map a little bit faster than Galio, or at least be able to catch up to Galio faster than he might expect.
Yeah, I mean, look, this speaks to my soul as a short person, right? Like, Minji has, like, Vex has very short legs, so Minji needs all the speed he can get to get her across the map as fast as possible. It makes sense to have the Predator, yeah. Yordles can't move as fast. I mean, look at Wen. Like, he doesn't skip leg day on that Galio. He's got those big legs, man, and he can even make the hero's entrance. It makes perfect sense to me. This is play-by-play logic, by the way. We don't do analysis here. Oh boy.
Oh, that being said, the reason why we're delving into the Avengers aspect is because not a whole lot has happened. Both of these junglers are on the opposite ends. We'll see where they decide to interact. Perhaps they transfer one in for the second crab, but Husha playing safe game here. Top lane Likai, of course, that's going to be a big focus because he is a new addition, and they did play him this game, whereas in game number 1 against PSG, they did play the long-standing member of the Out.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Taco's going to try to like play straight up to the Gwen. I mean, this Camille with Ignite, it kind of harks back to last season a little bit, where they just were like, all right, we're just going to 1v1 up here and see who's going to come out on top. So far, Likai definitely leading in the gold game with the wave pushed. And of course, 665 going to get that scuttle down on the bottom side, as it was matched up on the top by Husha. But it is a relatively quiet start to the game. I think if there is a chance to open things up, it maybe is in this mid here if the Vex can get some damage out onto Wen. But, you know, he's a big tanky gargoyle, so I'm not entirely convinced that's going to do much early on. There is a level advantage. Minji does have the edge at the moment.
Yeah, he's got the wave shoved up. Husha's coming back to his jungle. Both of them headed towards their Gromp. We'll see. I mean, it's going to be a bit of a slow game, especially with these pings coming out from Husha. Husha was probably one of the better junglers when it came to tracking the opposing jungler. Unfortunately, he didn't have a great showing at Worlds, but I think that was also in due part to a couple of other circumstances, especially being, you know, a first-time team as well. That certainly doesn't aid in that regard. But now we'll see if Husha starts to get going. At level 4, of course, very close to level 6 when he gets Cataclysm, but he can certainly make a lot of plays before then as well.
Yeah, there's always an opportunity with the flag and drag to get in people's faces early. Jarvan obviously has the sustain to be able to hang and dish the damage, but of course 665 should be able to do just as much as well with the Audacious Charge if he so chooses. Normally we see, you know, on the likes of the Xin Zhao, we're going to be looking for the big team fights where he goes in for the Crescent Guard and tries to keep himself alive as long as possible while his team makes the play. But with this Wombo combo, I'm not entirely sure that's going to be the game plan, right? It feels like after 6, what you're looking for is everybody just jumps on and tries to Goomba Stomp Wako, and, you know, he's going to run out of Summoner spells sooner or later. But we've got a while to go before that happens, and Meta Falcon team, I guess the name of the game is slow and steady.
It's a race to the other team's AD carry. It's literally just a sprint for their AD carry, because that's the objective of the game. Kill Aphelios or kill Varus, because that's a lot of the damage here, but also really the target for a lot of these dive champs.
Yeah, and, you know, credit to where it's due for Meta Falcon team. They did execute a triple dive composition pretty well yesterday. I don't want to harp on, you know, again, the fact that it was up against a pretty weak side in Hurricane Gaming, but, you know, when you come into the PCS and nobody really knows what to expect from you unless you've been watching the LSC or something, it's nice to see, you know, refreshing that the team has that level of synergy because they stuck together, because they have been playing together for some time. And Beyond Gaming are a very tough opponent, but we've seen some encouraging signs here. Let's see if we can keep it up here. As the Root goes down onto Epic, he doesn't take too much damage as he throws up the big Braum shield. And they are going to try and set up for this Hextech Dragon, but it is not safe to do it just yet.
Kino going for the hook, of course, with the Glacial Augment, really emphasizes your catch potential, but it doesn't make you any tankier. It's not the Aftershock where even if the hook isn't on an ideal target, you won't get instantly blown up. In this case, even if he hits a good target, he could still instantly blow up.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a risk for Kino. He's not the set he was yesterday. Man, I can't get over how many times he got to just like freely walk up and just like suplex Unified or Kaiwing. Like Kino had a fun day yesterday. I'm just gonna say that. If you missed that game, go back and watch it. He played set support and it was free.
It also would have been a pretty good pick here, given the fact that there is a Galio, but unfortunately, you know, you lock your pick in very, very early in the draft. Not a lot of flexibility, and, you know, I think it's probably better to save the 4-5 picks for more counter pick option lanes.
Counter pick support, man. That's what it's all about. Kino, I do think that Kino is like I don't want to say an unsung hero. I mean, supports don't often get a whole lot of press compared to the rest of the team. But like, you know, when we were talking up Doggo a lot last year, like Kino was keeping pace with him. He was keeping him in check, and, you know, every time he got a little too far forward, he would be there with the leash to pull him back just a little bit. And so far, he's done a lot to make Wako look pretty good. Not that Wako's needed it especially. He's a very serviceable replacement.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things for Wako is being able to come into a lineup that all speaks the same language. Because he looked pretty good on Boom. When they were speaking in 3 different languages, you couldn't even tell what was going on. So for him to be in just a team that has just one language, that's a big indirect buff to him.
Yeah, that is. Okay, Taco saw that coming a mile away. He's going to be able to back off. Yeah, Boom was last year's Boom was a very interesting experiment because on paper it made no sense at all. You talked about 3 languages. Like, I don't even know if like Rocky was talking in Thai or if he was just shouting incoherently because he was just going deep all the time. But it was interesting, and the communication could not have been clean. But somehow they made it work, and Waka was a big part of that success. And I think there is something to be said for like that level of instinctual communication, as well as honestly just using pings well. You know, I mean, it's underrated.
Yeah, and League of Legends essentially becomes the language of choice here, as we're going to see a 4v4.
Yeah, we are. Shelly's in the mix as well, and here goes the Jarvan jumping in, flags, drags away, as Rift Herald will get taken, and here comes the hero's entrance, but they're gonna need a hero right now, because Beyond Gaming definitely opened it up. Minji gets traded. That's actually good here for Meta Falcon team, as they only lost Epic. Lee Kai, though, tries to make something happen. Low health bars around the board, and Meta Falcon team, they look like they're gonna clean house on this one. Lee Kai low, the Winds of War not gonna connect. 665 tracking on, and I do not believe it. Meta Falcon cleaning up Beyond Gaming 4 for 1.
They just ran out of damage. The side of Megabank Beyond Gaming, they came short there. And yes, that is a short joke, as we get to see the replay. When dodges out, flashes the hook, and his ultimate here is key. Also, Lee Kai's use of the immunity is really the big other point here, is he uses it early on, which means he isn't able to get that extra immunity later in the extra damage reduction, and when gets such a huge cataclysm, Taco then becomes able to clean up the rest of the fight.
Yeah, Wen was absolutely the hero that Meta Falcon team needed right now, and again, greater than the sum of their parts. This is the Avengers squad right now. I'm loving what MFT just did. Can they keep it up? I mean, that's massive. Like, you don't expect this against the likes of Beyond Gaming. Sure, it's best of ones, you know, like we can talk about overanalyzing it all we want, but that was brilliant. Target prio and also just honestly, I want to say juggling aggro like it was PvE, but like they managed to keep Beyond from taking them down. Only Epic bit it in that one.
Yeah, brilliant start to the game for them. And now look at this handling of the waves. They're going to be able to maintain a freeze up in the top side. They also grab that wave in that bottom side. Make sure that doesn't fully crash, though. This is such a great setup for MFT. I really love the look. Even when has the Rift Herald, so on his next roam, which he's going to have a lot of options because they are trapped in some of these lanes. If they get a kill, it's instantly going to be that tower down. Taco really putting the hurt onto Lee Kai. Younger player, maybe doesn't have a large enough voice to pull his jungler over to him to instantly knock this wave back into tower. It is going to leave that opening for Dragon on top of it. So this is a pretty late Dragon at 13 minutes into the game. Probably one of the later first Dragons we'll ever see in this meta. But still yet another win for MFT.
Yeah, they're starting to stack it up here. A little bit of gold lead has translated into some items. We already start to see the mythics coming through, and Divine Sunder are completed before Lee Kai can do a whole lot about it. That fight obviously turning the gold game in their favor. Now the question is, can they keep moving this? Can they snowball it and turn the needle in their favor? At the moment, this game, you know, as we mentioned, was going to be a little slow, especially with the Drake take coming so late. But let's see if they keep this one up, you know? When, of course, sitting on the Rift Herald Eye, as they did want to try and find Minji. He does dash away, clipped by the Winds of War, as well as 3 Talon Strike from 665. The Gore Drinker 2-0. Rift Herald's going to get popped, and we're looking for some plates. Husha sniffing around for something here, but I think they're just going to let Shelly do her thing.
Yeah, just trying to pull attention away from that tower and make sure it doesn't take more damage, and it will be only those 2 plates. I mean, at the very least, it like the Galio had the Rift Herald himself. Usually you would have to split money and it feels a shame if the jungler is the one to get all the gold for himself and the mid laner gets none of it. In this case, the mid laner is the one to get all of it, as he was the one with the Rift Herald Eye himself. And we're in a bit of a lull state, as this is a very slow-paced game from the beginning.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pacing for a little while here. The big edge for Beyond is just how much damage they were able to chip off that bottom turret, nearly finishing the job, in fact. And they did get a bunch of plates down there, so you know, that means that the goal difference with the Rift Herald isn't as stark as it could be. Now they're looking to try and set up a play, but Whale and Epic are playing very carefully, especially with as low as that tower is. They have to know something's up, as Kino and Wako, or at least Kino, disappeared. Hush's waiting in the wings, but they are not going to go too far forward. Whale has quite a lot of range on that piercing arrow, and he has no reason to step up into this.
Yeah, I expect them to just go ahead and leave this tower as well here. Once they walk up, or they just prevent this set of minions from hitting.
They could try for a 4v3. I mean, that's going to be the tower. Wako actually stopped it by the Winter's Bite. 665 dashing in teleport. It's a full commit from everyone right now. We got a party in the bot lane, and let's see who's going to get it. Husha takes down first, or gets taken down first, as a double kill comes in for Whale. And the Whale's entrance. 1, 2, 3. Meta Falcon team certainly looking beautiful here as they look to clean up more. Kino goes golden underneath the tower. Wako going to be left isolated as Epic. The rest of them, are we really going to get an ace here, Nightstar? Wako limps away. I don't believe it. Meta Falcon, another big win.
Pyra, I think your MFT investment's about to go to the moon.
How dare you, sir? Oh, I hate it so much, but that was a beautiful play. You can see this coming a mile away, but Beyond Gaming, they decide to play the coin flip, but they get rooted up here. The Chains of Corruption land. Minji tries to go in, gets interrupted. The knockups for days mean that Beyond just can't ability stack. What a beautifully executed fight on the Wombo combo.
Yeah, beautifully executed, and when yet another fantastic Galio ultimate. And you also have to say, this is the point of the game where MFT are incredibly powerful, right? They hit their one item spike. That one item is much better than Beyond Gaming's one item power spike. They really get a lot more power as the game goes on, and even then, like, Lee Kai's already doing a great job. Even at this point in the game, they're going to they should finish the tower. Yep,
they do, and they're gonna get the kill, but like Husha came dangerously close to dying on that one. I think Wen will be avenged, though. The Rift Herald is going to be a tasty treat. I mean, that tower was already going down, and yeah, Wen should have probably left a little earlier, but it is what it is. I don't think MFT are super worried about that. A healthy gold lead for the squad. Rift Herald secured means they should be able to open up on either mid or top pretty easily. Minji and Husha are going to do what they can here to try and equalize on gold down bottom, look for the objective bounty. But yeah, right now Beyond Gaming, they just don't seem to have a great answer for the 5-stack of Meta Falcon team. And Shelly will finish off the mid turret. 665 going forward. In fact, going to continue. Look at the damage to teleport. They're going to commit to this again. They pull the trigger once more. They want to fight, but unfortunately for them, you can go ahead and say the line, Nightstar.
What line do you want?
Gwen is immune.
Gwen is immune.
Yeah, they will get the dragon out of this, though. I mean, objective gameplay, it's good. You know, MFT are surprising me. I think yesterday I was, you know, it felt like anyone's game, but this would be a big upset as we get a pause coming in.
Pause does come in, so we get a little bit of time to take stock of everything. For the side of Beyond Gaming, yes, they do outscale, right? Because they still have Aphelios, they have Vex, they have Gwen. You can kind of say it's a little bit questionable if Vex does outscale, but in this instance, it does, because the Galio doesn't provide a lot of damage. It just provides a lot of CC. So you're going to have 3 carries versus 2. That's going to be good for Beyond Gaming. But the question is, how do they get through this mid game? Because this is where Meta Falcon team are going to be incredibly powerful, and we've seen Beyond Gaming are very willing to take these disadvantageous fights and just try and outhands them.
Yeah, and they've been able to do it, right? Like layering the amount of just sheer CC and knockups has been, honestly, it's not easy to do, and the coordination that this team has is certainly allowing them to do it. Most teams, coming into the league don't have that, but as we've repeatedly said, Meta Falcon team have been together for a while in the collegiate scene. They have a pretty good coaching backbone here to try and help them set up for these plays. So clearly this was a planned strategy, and the worry was they wouldn't have enough damage or, enough skill to outfight a squad like Megabank Beyond Gaming, but clearly they do. So far in this game, scaling is still going to be on Beyond Gaming's side, but they need to hold out, as they've pretty much lost out on just about every objective so far. The map opens up, things could slow down, but there is a power spike still to work with, and I like what Meta Falcon team have been able to do with it so far.
Yeah, and the one good thing about the MFT squad is the fact that they have so much CC built into the composition, and if you look at the selection coming in from Beyond Gaming, they don't have any CC reduction. Yes, some of these CCs are, you can't exactly reduce the duration of some of these, but a lot of them you can, right? The taunt length, the Bromstun, the lockdown coming in from the Verisol, you can reduce a lot of those, but they haven't chosen because they also know that, hey, they have a lot of physical damage because the Galio shouldn't be a threat come mid-late game.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to hold on for that fact, but they can't take the fights anymore. I think it's no longer a coin flip for Beyond Gaming, so they are going to wisely back away. Now, it's just about the 20-minute mark. Baron's coming up. Obviously, Meta Falcon team won't be going for it that quickly, but they are looking to try and secure as much vision as they can around this side of the rift. And everybody's kind of piling on in this jungle behind the pit as Taco, the most fed individual member, is just becoming a big threat on the sideline. I mean, look at that EXP gap. 2 levels on Lee Kai.
He's got a big advantage over Lee Kai up and at top side, which is really, really key. Though?
Oh, no!
He's on a trip!
The flag and drag. Taco got a lot more than he bargained for, but he's going to be able to walk away. So, sometimes those hook shots go a little further than you intend.
Yeah.
But he's all right.
Yeah. That would be the taco truck never arriving where I am, and instead just overshooting every single time.
Come out to Los Angeles, Nine Star. We'll go get some incredible tacos. I will treat you.
Man. Can't wait.
One of these days.
One of these days.
It's gotta happen.
It will happen. For sure.
If you have no idea what the heck we're talking about, we'll get back into League of Legends, I promise.
I mean, this is, taco take 2 because we have 2 tacos.
Are you trying to tell me something? Are you hungry?
Unfortunately, we don't play on Tuesdays. Otherwise, I would make the Taco Tuesday joke endlessly.
Yeah, it was right there. Oh, I'll take it. It's okay. It's still any day can be a taco day, and we have 2 tacos in this league. They are different players, in case y'all are wondering. He's not just flipped a C for a K. But Meta Falcon team, they definitely have a lot of trust in their players to be able to execute these difficult comps. Because when we talk about wombo combos, it is, it's so easy to see it fail, right? But 2 for 2 now on really getting it going, and they really tried that third one. Obviously, Husha was able to flag drag away. You can't always get it, but they were able to disengage fast enough, and that's perfectly fine. Game state slowed just a little bit, but that's just a function of how open this map is right now.
Yeah, not a whole lot to do at the moment because you don't exactly have a ton of Baron Shred. Yes, Varus has a little bit, but you don't have great damage coming in from a Galio, so that's the big thing here. And that's why
they should try to bait it, if anything.
This game has stalled out because they aren't able to just say, yeah, we can do it in 20 seconds. So Beyond Gaming have a lot of time that if MFT do disappear off the map, they can take their time in making their way over to the Baron to try and peek in. They can afford to be very careful when checking those brushes approaching that Baron.
That's true. Certainly trying to force the issue, brute force out some of those fights, but if anything, it should just be the Dragon take. It's coming in about 30 seconds, and Meta Falcon team would love nothing more than to be able to pick off a couple members of Beyond before that happens. However, with all the ward coverage, that's something that Beyond know exactly about right now, and It seems like the strategy is to just try and 4-1 this, keep the pressure on the sidelines with Taco. He has teleport to get into these fights if need be. It has been unleashed for a while. However, it looks like 665 gets caught. Into the Crescent Guard he goes. They have enough damage to shred Kino. Beyond do not want this fight as the Glacial Fissure goes down. Whale does manage to take out the support, but they flag, drag away instantly. Husha getting low, flashing out, and using the Hallowed Mist to stay alive. So even though they win the fight by a member, it was all backpedaling from the get-go, and that still means Meta Falcon team should be able to get it. In fact, it was Kino that went down quickly in this. Yeah, it's free Dragon, pretty much.
Yeah, and that's the issue that you face when you pick a Nautilus with Glacial Augment, right? You don't provide any value for your squad besides pick potential. And you can kind of see that in his itemization as well. He's gone for the Zanyas. Honestly, I would have loved to see the Even Shroud to just try and blow up a target faster, because the Zanyas provides pretty much zero value in this case. Once you use your first rotation of skills, you're not going to have the HP to get a second rotation after the Zanyas in this instance. So MFT are in a great position because of a couple poor decision-making choices coming in from BYG as they try and just say, hey, we just have better hands, but you can't out-hands anyone if you're just CC'd for years.
That's very true. The hands don't work anymore in that case. For Beyond Gaming right now, I think they'll probably be thanking the RNG for the fact that it is only going to be a Cloud Soul. I mean, that's still useful, but it's not quite the raw combat stats that I think Meta Falcon team were hoping for here. However, the speed boost does mean they get into position a little bit faster, so at the very least, they'll be able to make some serious moves as they look to set up for this Baron. I feel like the order of the day is going to be really to try and bait the fight and turn when they can, because they've been able to win the fights as long as they don't get shredded too much by the Baron in the first place. So they do all have to stick at least relatively together for the time being, because Taco does not have the teleport advantage actually double advantage there for Beyond, as both Minji and Lee Kai are holding on to theirs. So there is a time window for Beyond to work with, and there is only so much time that MFT will be able to do this, as Husha didn't even get too close to the danger zone. Trying the Death Brush a couple of times, but nobody's biting on that bait.
Yeah, now MFT, they have that bot wave set up really well, as that's going to slowly start pushing in. But for the side of BYG, things are going to be a little bit sketchy here right now, because you look at the items, or some of these itemization, like we already talked about the questionable choice coming in from Kino with the Zanyas, but then there's also Wako with his Collector, right? And he's nowhere close to finishing his Last Whisper item. And if you look on the other side, there's Zanya's completed, double Death Stance, and a Locket. So there's already a lot of durability coming in from this MFT squad that I don't know if Wako can actually have any impact.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough. And here's the thing, though, for Meta Falcon, as they danced around the Baron a little bit there, they kind of gave the game away a little early. They actually had the Baron shredded down to half HP, but then when Beyond were barely around the back of the pit, they all turned, and it was such an easy escape. I feel like you got to hard commit a little bit more, but this is something that you'll learn a little bit more coming into the PCS, doing more, getting more experience on this level of stage compared to what they have in the collegiate scene. These teams aren't going to fall for the bait quite as easily.
Yeah, and now we kind of go back to the fact that, hey, this was a very late first dragon taken. And because of that, it's allowed Beyond to have the slimmest of hopes in coming back into this game, because if it was taken at a usual time, you'd already have Cloud Soul right now. Or BYG would have to go for that YOLO fight to try and contest Soul here. And this is going to be the fight to try and close the game, because if NFT win it, not only do they get sold, they will be able to pick up Baron. That's where their side lane composition really gets to take off, and that will give them the opportunity to try and end the game.
Yeah, you can see that MFT really don't want to start the Baron. They're just dancing around the issue, waiting for that Dragon Spawn to come up in a minute, and just banking up the gold. No, yeah, but like I think they have enough damage to really force the issue. The Ginsu's does come out as well for Whale, so like
now
leave Taco on the. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they've got enough to do it. So it just I feel like they're a little bit scared here. I think they have a lead. They know that they can outfight Beyond Gaming on their own terms. But I feel like they're a little bit afraid to use that lead at the moment. They're holding back, and I wonder if that's nameplate syndrome. I'm not sure. The problem is the longer this game goes, the more opportunities Beyond get to get back into this. But the safe play, yeah, set up, go for the soul, see if that fight can be forced. If not, hey, free soul. We'll take it.
We'll see if anything happens leading up to this dragon, as it is about to spawn in 10 seconds. Of course, Predator still on Minji. We haven't seen that to great impact, actually.
It's not really shadow surged at all, yeah. I mean, Minji's had a little bit of a rougher game on this Vex compared to his Akali performance yesterday. Do want to see a little bit more out of that player, but there's plenty of time left. Taco's actually going to solo start the Cloud Dragon here.
They're just going to try and keep him in check in this mid lane.
I mean, that should be free, right? I mean, then you turn it back up. Taco takes a little bit too much damage, though, so maybe he can't quite finish the job. The cavalry will arrive. They should be able to finish this off, and it does look like Beyond might be making a beeline for the Baron. Not going to commit to that one, though. That'd be very risky.
I mean, Taco has the teleport available, so even if they go for that play, Taco will be able to join. And now they're going to see these channeled recalls. So that could provide an opportunity for MFT to just turn their attention towards the Purple Worm. And indeed, Huxia is a little bit aware to that. So he actually cancels his recall, throws down the control ward, and says, "Oh, Kino, you were backing on a ward, buddy."
Yeah, it's really a lot of ward wars. But like the difference here is like it's so obvious that Meta Falcon team want to bait this. They would much rather have the fight. And Beyond says, all right, let's go into the Thunderdome as they crack on the Cataclysm into the hook. And do they have the damage here? This guy's looking for it right now. They were trying to find the fight. The Moonlight Vigil going to get spent. And Gwen is immune, but MFT are just going to wait this one out as Epic taking a little bit of damage. The Hero's entrance is going to only split the difference and just a bunch away. So many ultimates expended for nothing, Nightstar.
And not only was it expended for nothing, like, now you can start to see a little bit of the difficulties for MFT when they take these straight up 5v5 fights. If it's not in the perfect situation, they just don't have all the damage to back up really these engages. So if you don't hit multi-man knockups with that Galio ult, it's going to be tough. And BYG, they get out by the skin of their teeth, but it bodes well for them continuing to move forward in this game as they are only down 4k gold. So the gold lead hasn't moved a whole lot this entire game.
Yeah, I feel like if MFT would just commit to the Baron, they can get a fight on their terms, but they're just being so obvious about how they want the 5v5. It lets Beyond respond a lot more intelligently, and they just, I want them to just start it. I think they can shred it pretty fast. I mean, we're 30 minutes into the game. They have Cloud Soul to move quick enough and get into position, but they're letting Beyond dictate the flow.
Yeah, I think now that Whale has the completed Ginsu's Rage Blade, they should have really postured a lot more aggressively around this Baron buff to try and bait it out, because now you do have the extra damage coming in from your W with the percent health to do a number. Either that, or he could have gone for something like a Blade of the Root King, which did get buffed recently. But in that regards, like, once Wako completes that last Whisper, MFT are put on absolute notice, because that's when the damage is just going to flood in.
Yeah, there was always a timer, right, for them to react, and that window is closing pretty quickly. I give them a couple more minutes before it starts to become a real problem. Again, Meta Falcon team, they see a couple of players backing. Like, you just start the Baron. It's okay. You can do this. I believe in you. But they're not doing it. Beyond Gaming, they're going to have a pretty safe defense. They'll back. They just wait for the time. All these objectives stacked up by Meta Falcon, and it's just not amounting to much at the moment. Whale does even go back. He gets a Guardian Angel, so he's about as safe as he can be on top of it.
Yeah, and just look at these inventories right now. It is everyone understands the importance of this next fight. There are so many stasis. You've got stopwatch on stopwatch on stopwatch on Zanya's, on GA. There is plenty of lives to be chewed through before the fight will come to a conclusion. And this next fight will pretty much decide the game here. As MFT
they start the Baron.
Finally start it. Can
Taco.
they complete it?
They already have a lot of damage, but the rest of Beyond are here. You can see the Galio waiting for the hero's entrance. The turn happens too fast again, and nothing happens.
There's no flanks
Glenn was
being
looking
set up.
for it.
Yeah, and there's really just no flanks being set up here by the side of MFT. This is a composition that they need access to that backline, whether it's with the Camille flank or the Galio flank. Something has to be generated. They can't be too honest about their approach. They can't just kind of stare them in the eye, really kind of like old war tactics where both armies line up across from each other and then they yell charge and the fight begins. No, they can't be they can't be honest about their approach. They have to be really sneaky about it. Now they're going to start it up once again. Can they get a flank angle?
Well, it looks like the flank was going to be happening here. Taco around the side. He does have the X-Tech ultimatum into the Galio. Do they have the damage? Everybody sitting in stasis here is Husha trying to stay alive.
Wacko's down.
Wacko going to get shut down. That's massive. Here, is it going to be MFT taking the fight? Husha limping away. Kino is going to be left all by his lonesome, and it is 5-on-1. Gwen might be immune, but Beyond certainly do not have loss prevention on. That has got to be Elder Dragon.
Has to be Elder here. They're going to take this mid turret and
they might just push it.
With 25 seconds, they can certainly look to try and end here. We'll see if Lee Kai is able to clear out the minion waves or take down this Varus. That's really all he needs to do is try and delete.
No, they've got him. Into the mist he goes. That's the ace.
That's
going to happen. MFT against all odds. They managed to find the fight after such a long setup, and 35 minutes in, take down Beyond Gaming.
Wow. We had,
what can you say?
We had a bit of a speed run leading up to this game, but this game lived up to the hype. MFT, they rose to the challenge. They take down a big ticket name. Oh man,
the
and
PCS Spring Split just got so much more interesting, Nightstar.
Yeah, it definitely got a lot more interesting. I don't think this is necessarily pause for worry for BYG because this is, of course, a lot of new players. They've got a lot of moving parts to work with in MFT. If you were to say they come out perfect in the first round robin, I wouldn't be surprised because, again, they have built-in synergy. They don't have to work through a lot of the gelling process that a lot of other teams have to fight through. You look at our other big-name teams, like, they're all fresh faces, first time working with each other. They might have some mini synergies, but when it comes to MFT, this is a full squad. They have no issues gelling.
Absolutely not. And here was the pivotal fight. So many times they peeled early off the Baron, and you were just talking about how they got to get sneaky, they got to find an angle, and this was where they did it. Hextech ultimatum. It doesn't matter how many Zanyas you have, you're still locked in the pit. And then they delete Wacko, massive difference maker, and everybody's on the run. Lee Kai gets to the fight way too late. And that is all she wrote here. He lives through that one, but he just can't defend it. And, you know, I gotta hand it to Meta Falcon team. They tried so many times to set that fight up. And it wasn't the first, it wasn't the second, it wasn't even the third, but the fifth time it worked out. And they took the win. You know, if you'd have told me at the start of the split that Meta Falcon team straight out to Collegiate would have started 2-0 and one of those would have been against Megabank Beyond Gaming, I don't know if I would have believed you, but they managed to pull it off with a wombo combo, everybody dive comp, and I guess, you know, we should have known. In the end, the Avengers win, right?
That's the name of the story there. And I'm going to guess MVP goes to either Wen or Taco. I would lean more towards Taco because he was able to get the game-ending play by being able to get onto Wako and isolate him. But this was an underwhelming performance coming in from the new solo laners from the side of BYG. Lee Kai gets his hands on the Gwen. He's unable to really pull off any flanks. And the really difficult part of Vex is if you're stuck in a choke point, you can't get an angle to fire off Shadow Rush to hit the backline target, which was really all they needed to do. So because of oddly enough, because of how honest the fight lines were, it was actually BYG that fell into a deficit because they couldn't get the Vex Shadow Rush onto ideal areas.
Yeah, we really hardly saw, you're right, the solo lanes on Beyond Gaming having much of an impact. And of course, they weren't even the priority targets in those fights. It was always going to be Wako getting jumped on. And yeah, I mean, they needed to buy some time. They seemed like they were able to do it. It was, you know, just stringing along Meta Falcon team in that Baron pit seemed to just be working well enough. And if they could have just kept that up, they had probably about like maybe 3-4 minutes before they were going to just completely outscale. But unfortunately, they forced the issue just a little bit too much. A really good flank from Taco. I agree with you. I think he deserves the MVP because even though Wen had a lot of great setups for those fights, that was the moment that won the game because it really did balance on a knife's edge. These are always tough compositions to pull off. And 2 out of 2 times now, Meta Falcon team have been able to do it. So props to them. I like the strategy they're rolling with. It's not an easy one, but hey, you know what? They studied up, they came prepared, and they certainly get an A+ on their midterm.
They passed the test with flying colors, and yes, it took them a little bit of time to finish the test, but the buzzer didn't ring. So, you know, you complete it with the time allotted, it's still a completion, you know?
Absolutely. You know, at the end of the day, the win is what counts, and they will be able to secure that one. They had a gold lead that did manage to build up. They managed to take so many more objectives in this game than Beyond was able to do. And at the end of the day, they trusted in teamwork, and they pulled it off. And just so much CC stacking. Like, everybody buying Zonias, it didn't matter. You're able to get the jump on, and I am excited to keep an eye on this Meta Falcon team. They are absolutely a dark horse for the PCS this split.
Yeah, absolutely. MFT coming in with different looks here from the... Okay, it's actually going to be Whale. Whale, I mean, a lot of the damage responsibilities was put onto him, even though it doesn't necessarily reflect in the damage charts. But because...
He had the Chains of Corruption, though. I mean, that was massive, too. Easy to overlook in all the CC training.
Exactly. He picks up the MVP, and he had a tall task, right? Because he was the target. If he died early on, a lot of power was removed from this composition, but he stayed alive. In fact, he never died. And he comes away with the MVP. Well deserved there, even though it felt like we didn't really talk a lot about him in game.
Yeah, I think, honestly, a big part of that MVP is just staying alive against Wako the entire time. Wako and Kino definitely had not the best performance of their careers, but there is plenty of time for them to get back into this. All the same, we had a very exciting day of games. Some interesting upsets, some much more expected results. Nightstar, how's it feel to be back, man?
Dude, I'm loving it. We had, you know, a lot of fast games early on, but we end with a great game, and I mean...
100% win rate on blue side, baby.
Yeah. Blue side taking all 4 games today.
They took not 3 yesterday, too.
They took 3 out of 4, yeah. So
yeah,
it's
blue side OP.
7 out of 8.
That's great. You know, the only game that won on red side was Beyond, actually.
Yeah.
You know, summing up today's results, I think, like, CTBC Flying Oyster looked fantastic. Beyond Gaming, I think, you know, a little dent to the reputation, but admittedly, they were flexing around. They used Lee Kai. I feel like Liang definitely showed up a little stronger in his debut as well, or his first game of the split. Looking at the roster, or looking at the standings at the moment, Meta Falcon team are atop it is a bit of a technicality with only a couple of games in the bank. And the only team we haven't seen yet, of course, is Sem9, which will be playing next week, pending further information relating to the COVID-19 situation there. So we hope they get well soon. But tomorrow's matchups on the table: J-Team versus Hurricane, Meta Falcon Team versus CTBC Flying Oyster, Deep Cross versus Frank Esports, and PSG versus Impunity. I feel like that second one is the one to watch now, Nightstar. That got real spicy.
Absolutely. And today, our highlight games were kind of the bookends, right? The first and the last game. Tomorrow, I really feel like it's about those middle games, MFT, CFO, and then DCG taking on Frank Esports. So we'll see how DCG performs in, the second time on the Rift. We'll see if they decide to bring out the Enchanter Smite strat again against I would say, much lesser team in Frank Esports. But I mean, it's such a good strategy when teams just don't know how to play against it. It's similar to when lane swaps first came out. It was just such a different way to play the game. Teams are like, I guess we lose.
Yeah, it's tough if you're not able to adapt to it. And obviously, you mentioned that it can still be kind of misexecuted and work out well. So hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so far, Deep Cross 1-0 against J-Team. They should have an easier time against the likes of Frank Esports. But I do think Frank is another team I want to keep my eye on to see how well they can develop. Of course, this is a team that really did get thrown together at the last second. I think they have time to grow, time to learn. We want to see more out of Pretender, of course, as the bench warmer for PSG. He certainly has I think a bit of a chip on his shoulder to try and prove he can tangle at the top of the table as well. And of course, yeah, those other games are going to be very exciting. I'm looking forward to it. I'll get to watch those ones as we've got you and Clement on the cast, but it's going to be some good times. It's been a really fun start to the split, and that is going to be it for us tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow.